No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Check out the live stream. Cage is a cage, being free, stuck, cold. Game in a rage, ripping the mold, or zombie the beast. Keep a mind and man, shape of the walls, with ideas to rent. Give me 2 seconds here. I just want to make sure that we're up. We should be up on Twitter, on Rumble, on Facebook, on YouTube. And I just want to double check that. Multiple audios. 1 second. 1 second. Let me check. Bear with me, folks. I'm trying to... Graham. Oh, so there's no second audio going? Is everyone clear on that? It stopped. Okay. It may have been coming from Rumble because it's automated when it starts up. I apologize for that. Sometimes I can't see exactly what's happening on the soundboard, so because it didn't look like it was coming through my system. It could also be one of the news sources that I use, so we'll be going there. But let me go forward. If this is the first time that you have seen our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. Yes, we are live, and this isn't one of the major studios here, so sometimes there are mistakes. That's life. It happens. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. That means we cover everything and we remember how we got to where we are so we can better understand where we're going. And of course, we do this every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. to hear everything you have to say from anywhere in the world. Our audience reaches into Sweden, into India, into Peru, into Canada, as well as across the United States. And we are looking forward to hearing from all of you in your chats, your tweets, and your comments. And we are checking on Rumble for comments there as well throughout the entire show. But we're going to get right into it because there's just so much. There's the 2024 election. There's the results in South Carolina on the Democratic side. What does that mean? The latest poll, which was just coming out of NBC. That's a very interesting bit of data. We just got an answer from President Trump about who might be his VP pick. That's kind of interesting. We obviously have what's happening going on in the Middle East right now and how that's going to be impacting all of your lives. And there is so much more. I haven't even touched it all. But to get started with this, and let's just start off with something I think is very important that isn't getting attention at all right now. And that is, please prepare. We have been saying this since February of 2022. You need to prepare for global food shortages. We have already been experiencing that now. It's part of the reason why we see food is up 12% in the United States, up 18% in the United Kingdom, and up even more across the world. There are many nations that are having famines, that people do not have enough food. They're not first world nations. They can't get the food like we do here in the United States. But it is affecting all of us. That global food shortage, which is in part because of the Ukraine, it's in part because of energy costs, that is going to continue until 2025, basically the summer of 2025 at the earliest. That's the soonest. That's if the Ukraine war stops tomorrow, if energy prices drop, if inflation were to drop, the soonest we would see the global food crisis stop is 2025. That's not likely. You need to buy a little bit more food, about 10% more food every time you go out and shop. And we have been saying this every episode since February of 2022, and we have been correct. And now we have to tell you the latest update that is coming out now, that there is going to be a global rice shortage. So when you go out and you're buying extra flour, you're buying extra grains and wheats, please remember you might want to go out now and buy an extra bag of rice. Again, don't flood the marketplace. Don't panic. Don't be terrified. We're in America. If you're in other countries, don't panic. Don't be terrified. But go out and buy probably about 10% more rice than you might normally. Maybe get the bigger size bag. Maybe go and get an extra bag, because global rice is in a shortage. This is a consequence of what is happening in the Middle East right now. In particular, the Houthi terrorists and their attacks against global shipping through the Red Sea. There is always a consequence to these things. People don't really think about it. And the news media doesn't really tell people what's going on. They like to tell you the problem to get the ratings, but they don't tell you about the solution or the consequences that are connected to this. Because politically, it's bad. The fact that Joe Biden has been allowing the Houthi rebels to attack U.S. and international shipping, mostly U.S. allies, for the last 4 months. Let's think about this. It's not something that started in January. This has been going on for 4 months. And he has allowed this to get to this level, and now it's starting to affect food, shipping, not just products, not just consumer items, but food that people need to survive on. And we're going to see, as we go forward, there's going to be a shortage in rice around the world. Expect that price to increase. And so I'm just telling you ahead of time, the fact that we're seeing the news about it now means that that price is already starting to climb, and you can expect it to go further. I would say expect a 10, maybe 15% increase in rice. Doesn't sound like a lot. May not sound like a big deal in the United States. Maybe in the United Kingdom, not a big deal. But if you happen to be in Peru, Venezuela, you happen to be in, I don't know, Pakistan, Angola, China, you're in other parts of the world, this is a big deal. And the shortage doesn't just mean an increase in price. It means there won't be enough food there. So plan ahead, start planning now, go out, and next time you go to the store, buy about 10% more, and you will be able to be okay. If the shortage is not as severe as we expect it to be, then you're going to have some extra rice. Fantastic. Give it away to the homeless. Give it away to charitable organizations and help feed the homeless, help feed our veterans. Great. Or you can feed your family. But if I'm wrong, that's if I'm wrong. If I am right, then you're going to be saving money. As many people who've been listening to this channel since February of 2022 have been doing and have been saving. So that's something that I think is very important. And again, something you're not hearing. MSNBC, CBS, they're not talking about this. They're not telling you that there is a consequence for Joe Biden allowing the Houthi rebels to attack America and the rest of the world shipping for 4 months in a row before he decided to do anything because it became politically disadvantageous. And let's be honest, everything that's happening in the Middle East, that's been happening for the last 4 months since October, it's all about politics. That's why you're not hearing about the American hostages that we're currently negotiating to try and get back, that Hamas continues to sexually abuse and torture. They haven't given up the Americans. Those 22 Americans that suddenly became 13, even though no one got released and sent home, that suddenly became 9, that everyone was talking about the 3 that got released. Yeah, these people that have been forgotten, that the news media doesn't talk about, that should be nightly news. There was one time in my life in this country when Americans were taken hostage, and every news organization, every day they were gone, had that as the first and main story. That was in the 1980s. We have come quite a ways from that time. Where in the 1980s, when Iran took hostages, everyone in America was talking about it. Everyone demanded that the president do something to get those people back home safe and sound as quickly as possible. Today, we have the terrorist organization Hamas that is holding on to perhaps 22 American, and we know they are sexually abusing them. We have heard from the other hostages. They are being used as human shields and tortured, and the news media isn't talking about it. Harvard and Cornell University, the intelligentsia, are all out protesting alongside the Democratic Socialists of America, telling you that you're a bad person for wanting to get the Americans back home. I don't understand this. I really don't understand this. But yes, Dal, it is a win-win if we plan for the food shortage, if we plan for the rice shortage. We are letting you know today because no one else in the news seems to think it's important. I do. I want you to be fed. Dal also says, for Americans, planning ahead will help you beat scarcity and inflation at best. The worst case scenario is you don't need it and you can barter it, trade it, give it away, or just hold on to the surplus. Dal also says, more victims of Biden's administration foreign policy of abandonment. Yes, and remember, folks, Joe Biden so far in his administration has abandoned over 30,000 Americans around the world. I know, for some people who are seeing the program for the first time, you're going, well, where'd you get that number, Mike? 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan were abandoned. Joe Biden lied to you on September 1st of 2021. Go back, listen to what he said. Oh, there were only 100 Americans that he left behind. Well, that was a lie because we've had over 1,000 Americans come back to the United States since that day. That's by the State Department. And we know that the State Department, the very same State Department, Antony Blinken, in 2023, June of 2023, was talking to Congress and told them that there are up to 200 Americans being held by ISIS and Al-Qaeda right now in Afghanistan that are being tortured. We know this for a fact. Joe Biden lied to your face. And 5,000 Americans are suffering in Afghanistan because of that. 10,000 Americans were abandoned in the Ukraine. You remember, it was in February of 2022, Joe Biden went on to NBC speaking to Lester Holt and told him directly that he would not save any Americans. They were on their own. They had to figure out their own way out of the Ukraine, even if they were under fire, even if there's a war going on with women and children. They had to figure out how they can get home from a foreign country in a war. He just let them. He just left them and hasn't talked about it since. You hear about funding the war. You hear about we have to give more money and more weapons to the Ukraine, even as we find out the Ukraine is corrupt, even as we have found out that the monies we have been putting out there, millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, just disappeared into people's pockets. That's coming from the Ukraine. They have admitted it themselves that some of their people are corrupt and they're just taking tens of millions of dollars that was supposed to be used to get ammunition And instead, they had a great vacation. And Joe Biden just abandoned 10,000 Americans there. How are they supposed to get home in a corrupt, war-torn country like that? Not because I want Putin to win. I just want to get our Americans back home. And then last year, 2023, it was the end of April. There were 15,000 Americans abandoned in the Sudan. Oh, you forget about that story. Didn't get a lot of coverage. They stopped talking about it after May 3rd. But those Americans did not come home. They are stuck in the middle of a civil war created by ISIS and Al-Qaeda, who, once they got released from the prison cells in Afghanistan, went into Africa. And part of that has been the Sudan. They're having a civil war there because of those ISIS and Al-Qaeda terrorists. And 15,000 Americans were just left. Joe Biden, he took the embassy personnel, he took the Marines, left Sudan, and told the Americans there, figure out a way to get home. That's 30,000. And that's on top of the hostages and the Americans that were killed by Hamas. Folks, you don't have to believe me. I'm giving you the situations. I'm giving you the dates and times. You can search this for yourself. Ask your congressman because they will confirm it for you. That's where I get the information from. Members of Congress, from the United States Department of State and Justice. I am speaking to the government. They're telling us this is the information, and it's internationally verified as well. Let me see more comments. Happy Life is with us. Hello, Happy Life. And by the way, hello, Dal. Hello, Graham. Thank you guys for being here and paying attention. Happy Life says, is Biden the worst president of my lifetime? I'm going to be 56 this year. So we're talking about a little more than half a century. Yes, Biden is the worst, followed by Obama and then Carter. So I've been alive to see the major failures of several presidents in a row. I was alive under Nixon, but too young to even really understand that. First president I really understood as a president would be Carter. And so I have seen the failures of the Carter administration, whether that be the oil embargo and how that destroyed America in double-digit inflation, kind of like what we have right now. I've seen the devastation that's come under Obama as he just made up laws that he issued orders to kill Americans overseas without a trial. And now we have the Biden administration that is just infrastructure has completely fallen apart and no one respects him whatsoever. Yeah, he is the worst. John is with us, John R. And John says, and by the way, John R., by the way, folks, he's the J Rest Break. He does a lot of the shorts that you see on the program throughout the entire week. He does a fantastic job with those shorts. We put that up on Twitter. We put it up on TikTok, on Rumble. I hope you guys are enjoying them. So the J Rest Break says, just got back from getting a fiance Valentine's Day gift. Hey, I hope the fiance is going to love that. And did you see that another big name rapper, 50 Cent, oh my God, had endorsed Trump? Do you think that the Democrats are going to continue losing the black vote? Well, first of all, I don't care about any entertainer. There's virtually no entertainer that I care about because they're all useless. They're entertainers, not politicians. 50 Cent, what's his name, the basketball player, LeBron James, they know nothing. Based on what they have said and how they have said things, most of them are less informed than the general public. So I don't use entertainers to tell me about politics. I use newspapers and politicians to do that. But a lot of people do follow entertainers to get their political news, their political advice. And there is a huge and growing list of black entertainers that are saying the Democrats promise everything, provide nothing. And guess what? It's not going to stop. So I am seeing that movement. They are recognizing that their lives are not improving and they're tired of going through half a century of promises and getting nothing for those promises or those votes they've provided or those donations that they have provided. So yeah, I do see that. We're seeing about 20% of the black vote isn't with Democrats anyway. And we're seeing more and more black men that are saying, no, I'm fed up with this. It isn't worth it. We're not seeing black women go, though. And that's where if black women start changing their vote, Democrats will lose their minds. They need black women to vote Democrat to support them and keep them afloat. Without black women, Democrats lose every single election they have. Absolutely. And because it's black women, well, that's part of DEI. Did you not notice? Diversity, equity, and inclusion, which has a huge focus on skin color and sexual gender or sexual preference, however you want to look at it. And so we've seen that. Look at the Supreme Court, Justice KJB and what's her name? Justice Brown, Jackson Brown. There's the press secretary. We've seen that in a couple of businesses. We are seeing that DEI movement, which emphasizes black women as well as others, but way up on one of the top ones on that list are black women, to make sure that they still vote Democrat. It's all about politics, folks. You may not notice it, but it is. Ed Z, 56, you're young. Add 20 years to that, and the worst started with the Bush syndicate, then Obama, then Biden. Well, everyone has a different way of looking at how they rank and rate presidents. Some are good, some are bad. Historically, what we can say historically is that definitely Carter, Obama, definitely have already ranked in the lower end of presidents in the history of the United States, as well as the 20th century. Now we're in the 21st century. And in the 21st century, you have Trump and Biden. Well, Biden is worse than Trump. Historically, I would still say Biden's on that lower end. And in my lifetime, he's definitely the worst, I think. But I can respect that others would have a different opinion. Dow says, I'll take that recognition on the part of America finally waking up to the need of the return of the republic. We do need to return to the republic. We really need to focus. We have to stop thinking that everything is free, that you can get free stuff. You can't. There is always a cost. There is always a consequence. And we need to really pay attention to that. I was just on with Forest Mommy Universe. I know, it's an interesting name, but that's her name of her show. It's on Twitter and on Rumble. I was just on with them in Colorado for about an hour, and we were just talking about that there's always a consequence. You never get to hear that in the news media. They give you 30 seconds. They give you 5 sentences out of, 5 words out of a 3-hour speech, and they say, well, that's all you need to know about that. I'm sorry. No, we need to know more. And we need to talk about what happens next. And then what? People who know me in person know I love to say, and then what? What happens next? What's the next thing? Have we planned for that? Do we even understand that? It's kind of like when we see the news, and I showed it to you just a moment ago. I've been saying since 2022, be prepared for the global food shortage that is ongoing. And here we are seeing the rice shortage, and I'm telling you, get ready for the rice shortage. It's not enough to just have the news and then go and do something. Buy extra rice. That's it. Real simple. Don't panic. Don't freak out. Don't empty the store. Just buy a little bit more rice, and you will be better off. It is that simple. See, that's and what. That's the conclusion. That's the consequence. I told you, here's the problem. Here's the solution as well. Why isn't the news media doing that? Why aren't our politicians doing that? Why isn't Joe Biden on the news right now saying, hey, while I'm dealing with the Houthi rebels, these terrorists that are attacking American and all the shipping around the world, we're going to have some shortages. They are having an impact. Do me a favor. Just go out and when you buy things, buy about 10% more. Just so we can get through this rough patch. So that the prices don't skyrocket through the roof. So that you aren't left hungry, or needy. Just 10% more. And if we fix this sooner than we expect, fantastic. Donate that to a charity in your neighborhood. Help those who are not able to buy that little bit extra and get them through these difficult times. That's what a leader would say. That's what the president should say. That's not what Joe Biden's saying, because he's afraid you're going to say, well, you're the reason we're in this problem in the first place. I'm not voting Democrat. And guess what? Black men, black families across America, as well as every other type of American, every hyphen that you want to put out there, are all saying the same thing. Yeah, Joe Biden's failed. Let me see here. Let me keep up with the comments. Wow, we got a lot of comments today. I love it. You guys know I love the comments. I love the comments more than I like the news. User has been banned says, Eisenhower was likely the best Republican president for his time. That was a very interesting time. That argument can definitely be made for that. I can see that. And again, keywords, for his time. Happy Life says, Van Jones of CNN ranks Biden on the Mount Rushmore. Van Jones is a self-avowed communist. We should be very concerned. If the self-avowed communist, Van Jones, is saying Biden is fantastic and communism is the abject opposite of the United States, it is dehumanizing. It is responsible, other than religion, communism is the second greatest cause of human wars in the history of mankind, I believe. And if Van Jones, who supports the most destructive form of government known to man in at least the modern age, if he's saying Joe Biden's his hero, you should be saying there's a problem. Thank you for that, Happy Life. Forest Mommy is with us. Hey, hello, Forest Mommy. And by the way, her name is Jessica. Thank you for being here with us, Jessica. And thank you for the great conversation in Colorado. Dow says, ranking by damage to the Republic, you go back through the entire line of office and find examples, really beginning to accelerate with Wilson. Really like this. And by the way, Forest Mommy, Jessica, Dow said he really enjoyed the show, thought it was a really good conversation. Again, I invite people to check it out for themselves to make up your own mind. So, the first thing we wanted to do was the first thing we wanted to do today was to, excuse me, I'm trying to pull up something as we're talking on the show, so bear with me as my mind is all over the place. We wanted to start off with the public service announcement, get the breaking news out there, let you know to be able to help your families and your friends. Please share that with people so that they know about it too. Everyone deserves to know this. But let's also do what we do every week on the show. We start off with the international news and then we go into the domestic news so we can see more of what's going on. I see on Rumble, by the way, Darth Hideous. He mentions, how far have we fallen as an empire? He goes on to say, in our lifetime, yes, Joe Biden is the worst. So he is agreeing with us. I do see you on Rumble. By the way, for the guys on Rumble, it doesn't update in the chat, so I have to go and look at it. I do check on it throughout the time I'm on the show. So if I am delayed in getting to you, I apologize, but I am paying attention. So I wanted to go into some other breaking news before we get into the rest of the program. And as you can see here, bingo. Oh, actually, no, did it wrong. Bear with me. Screwed up. There we go. There is a new poll out, and recruiting isn't working. Recruitment is down, and wouldn't you know it, shocking as you may think it is.
No sound.
There it is. Shocking as it may be for many people, the younger generations do not want to support America. They're not willing to make sacrifices for America. Now, I'm not saying that's everyone. I'm not saying that there isn't a huge part of Gen Z that isn't conservative. They are. There's a huge swath of them that are Republican. No question about that. But what we are seeing is there's also an overwhelming number of people, a surprising and shocking number of people who want the benefits. They want the goodies. They want freedom. They want liberty. They feel entitled. They want a big paycheck, and they want to have their lattes, and they want to have their iPhones as they support everything that destroys the system. They want to allow our infrastructure to crumble. They think that America is a bad guy. They want to see other nations rise up and overcome and overtake the United States. And this is scary because if they're not willing to defend freedom, there is no freedom. Let me make this very clear for people that have never thought about it. For those younger people who are saying, and I'm not telling you you have to be in the military. I believe in a mandatory military. I think there should be, like most of Europe, there should be at least a 2-year mandatory term in the military. Absolutely. It would help with discipline. It would help with focus. It would help with concentration and appreciation of what we have here in the United States. I really think it's important. But it's not mandatory right now. I don't have my word on that. I don't have my way on that. But what I have to tell you is if the United States falls from being the beacon of freedom in the world, because some people don't believe that we are. Some people, the progressives, the Democratic Socialist America, they think America is evil. Doesn't matter that we've raised the standard of living around the world. Doesn't matter that we've raised the quality of life around the world, that our technology and our products have helped feed people who would never be fed before, that capitalism has helped bring more people out of poverty than any other system known to man in the history of mankind. No, they think it's all evil and it should all be burned away. If America drops every time we stumble and we become a little more authoritarian, a little bit more progressive, a little less free, no one comes to replace us. No one is trying to replace America. No country in the world is saying, hey, you have a freedom of speech. No, they say, you're free to say the things that are approved. Look at Canada. Look at the United Kingdom. They're some of our best allies. Hell, Canada's connected to us on the same continent. And they're saying, no, we have mandated words. You can only speak and think the way that the government wants you to speak and think. And if you don't, you will be punished. You will go to jail. You will be fined. We have seen this consistently in the United Kingdom, in Canada, and they're some of the freest nations in the world. My audience that's in Canada, my audience that's in the United Kingdom will attest to this. When America loses its footing, no one rises to replace us. We just become like everyone else. That's it. The standard remains lower. It just means there's less to aspire to. And once that freedom is gone, it never comes back. You never regain the freedoms that are taken away from you. Dictatorships don't work like that. Authoritarianism doesn't work like that. And when you lose freedom, you never get it back. So that being said, So I did want to bring that up, and that's a troubling trend that we are seeing, that, again, there is more, the youth are not willing to defend America, which means that is a signal for the rest of the world that they're on their own. That countries that want to promote democracy, you're on your own. If the citizens of the United States will not defend our own freedom, that we are not willing to defend our own Constitution and amendments, if we are trying to belittle and remove rights like free speech and removing the Second Amendment taking away the Third Amendment and the right of privacy, if we're losing all of these aspects of our lives, how the hell are we going to help anyone else? How would we help them? Even if we wanted to help them, which many of the youth today don't want to help anyone else, they want to tell you they're going to help people. They will walk around and have their protest. You know how they help other people? Remember under the Obama administration, Michelle Obama, it was all those Boko Haram, a terrorist organization, a radical Islamic terrorist organization in Africa, Boko Haram, were going around and capturing women and selling them as slaves because slavery exists. It never went away. There's more slaves today than there have ever been in the history of the world. And the United States didn't do anything. Michelle Obama took up the mantle, unelected First Lady, Michelle Obama, and she said, we have to do something. And her answer, her rally call for the world was, let's put out a hashtag. That was it. By the way, Boko Haram gave up none of the women. They went into slavery. Boko Haram still exists today. Boko Haram is helping to incite violence throughout all of Africa, and they are still capturing women and selling them as slaves. It never ended. The story stopped. Everyone stopped talking about it. The latte-sipping, iPhone-using intelligentsia that look up to Michelle Obama like she's God, yeah, they were all happy. Look, we've shared the hashtag. Hashtag. You got to see it on my hashtag. And they had their little Twitter file flag. Fantastic. And you saved no one. You did nothing. That's how this generation thinks they help people. I've got the Ukraine flag. That's not helping. I mean, it's nice. It's good. I'm glad that you are aware of what's going on and that this is important to the United States to some degree. But your little hashtag, your little flag on your social media, it does nothing. It's meaningless. What you need to do is either donate money or volunteer services, depending on the situation where America is, maybe even volunteer to fight. But a hashtag, meaningless. But that's what this generation thinks is meaningful. And that's a problem. That is a major problem. We have a lot of comments here. Okay, folks, I'm trying to keep up with the comments, so please bear with me. I just want to try and catch up to where I left off. Let's see. Forrest Mummy says, thank you to Dow. She would have read more of his comments, but she was listening to me instead. That's all right. I'm used to doing this, so I have my little conversation, then I go back to the comments. So let's see. Here he is. It's Darth Hideous. It says, who's on Rumble, but also here on YouTube. Hello, Darth. Thank you for being with us on the channel. It says, bring back the citizen militia, the well-regulated militia spoken about in our Constitution. Well, there are many militias in America. They are constitutional. They are legal. But that is separate of an individual's right to be armed. The Second Amendment doesn't restrict people into militias. That's just a bonus. We get to have a militia and we get to be able to defend ourselves. That's what the Constitution says. That's what the Federalist Papers talked about. That was the conversation they had when they wrote the actual document. That's what they wanted. They wanted to have a United States military. Each state and areas within the state would be able to have a militia, and individuals would be able to defend themselves as well, so that no matter what attacked our nation, no matter who was trying to invade or take over our country, at every level, from the federal, the state, and the individual, we would be able to defend our freedoms. That's why the Second Amendment is written the way it is. I don't doubt that you understand that, Darth Hideous, but maybe someone who is watching this for the first time has never been told that. They believe what they have been taught by the intelligentsia in high school, in college, that, the Second Amendment only applies to hunting and recreation. That's a lie. That is an absolute lie. Maybe they believe Joe Biden because he's on CNN, and so he's on the national major news media, and when he says, you couldn't buy a cannon, he's a liar. That is an absolute lie. Indisputable lie. They didn't have machine guns. They did. It's called the pucker. He's a liar. Not true. And, well, you need an F-16 to fight against the United States. The Houthis don't have F-16s. The Taliban didn't have F-16s. Vietnam didn't have F-16s. He's a liar and he is wrong. Doesn't matter that he's on the mainstream news media. Dal says, it's better to pay attention to the guest. Val's boss is super knowledgeable and you don't want him to miss anything. Well, yeah, when I'm on with a different show, pay attention to everyone. I'll keep up. As many people, when they have me on the first time, they don't realize I can keep up in almost any subject if it's happened within the last 30, 40 years. I can cover any topic. So it's like, go anywhere, have the conversation with the audience. I'll be able to keep up. No, don't worry. Usually. Darthidia says, as far as what I have to say about the U.S. military, I'll be a little more polite here because I don't know the temperature of the room. Darthidius, I am not afraid of any comment, and as long as it is a respectful comment, it is said in a respectful manner, critique the United States, critique our members of Congress, the president, critique me, critique Republicans, conservatives, progressives, perfectly fine. I am happy to have progressives on this channel. I'm happy to have Democrats on this channel, libertarians, the whole gambit. Happy to have them all. Maybe not so much the communists, but okay, everyone else. And I'm happy to hear all of their voices as long as they are respectful. The moment you go, Mike, you're old and ugly and evil, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear that. That's not conducive to anything. But if you say, I feel this is what I see happening out there, go for it. Don't feel like you're being held back. We don't like to hold anyone back. And I'm more than happy to hear people who don't agree with something I have to say. Dow says, I know sometimes I can run away and dominate a conversation. Voss knows we've spoken together. Yeah, well, yes, I do that sometimes. That's all right. Just tell me to shut up. And when I'm on someone else's show, just tell me, Mike, shut up. Let me get a point in. Graham says, Michael, the younger generation that I'm talking about, Gen Z as an example, do you know if they are frustrated about poverty in the United States? Some of them are. To answer your question, Graham, yes, I have seen that there are some people who say they are very concerned about it, but it's the way they're concerned about it. See, they're concerned about it in the way they have been told to be concerned. So it's not that they're concerned about poverty, they're concerned about black people. And so we have to lift them up. We need DEI, we need government intervention to lift up black people because black people can't take themselves out of poverty. That is insulting and wrong. Because all you need to do is get the government out of the way and make sure the playing field is as even as possible, and black people will succeed. They will. There's an entrepreneurial spirit out there. I mean, you go in the Bronx, I go down the street, every single drug dealer is an entrepreneur. They have that entrepreneurial spirit. Now, is it misapplied? Absolutely, because they're criminals and they should be punished for that. But at the same time, let's recognize they have the thought of how to run a business. They have the mentality, the capability of running that business. The spirit is there. The opportunity is lacking, or at least the impression of that opportunity is lacking. I don't think it is. I don't think there's a lack of opportunity in America when you have the government out of your way. But the government is more concerned about keeping people in poverty than it is about helping people escape poverty. Because when people are impoverished, they are desperate, they are dependent. And all you have to say is, I will give you stuff if you vote for me. And that guy won't give you stuff if you vote for him. Which one are you going to go? People will go with their self-interest. They want the free stuff. They think they don't have an opportunity to do things without the free stuff or without that government help. And that's the problem. So that's the thing I see about that. So yes, young people do care. Yes, young people often want to do something, but they're told the answer is support this politician who's more and more progressive, so they're going to lift the minimum wage to a living wage, which creates more people in poverty, not less. According to every study by the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, every time they've done 3 studies on this, every single time it comes out the same way. You do this you go to a living wage, you will create more people in poverty, more people who are unemployed than if you do anything else. It's the worst solution possible. Same thing with UBI. It doesn't work. The independent study funded by a bunch of MIT graduates that are currently being funded by George Soros and the WEF in Kenya, it failed. It doesn't work. Universal basic income doesn't work. And this is using other people's money to try and make the experiment work. Long-term experiment, 10 years, does not work, will not lift people out of poverty. The answer is get the government and these organizations out of people's lives, and then they will succeed. Every time we've done the experiment that way, it works. When you put more government and more organizations with political agendas into people's lives, it always fails. Every single example. And I know Thomas Sowell already covered this. The left is never wrong. They just need more time, more money, more resources, and more of your freedom. And eventually they will be right. I'm sorry. I don't want to live a life waiting for someone to roll a 20 on a 20-sided die. I don't want to see a natural 20. There's no time for that. We have life. And when we keep getting natural ones, let's stop saying, well, just roll the dice again and eventually we'll get it right. No, we know there's a better path. We know there's better odds. Let's go that way. And part of that path isn't, let me share the hashtag. I hashtagged. Ha. That's not a solution. That's not helping anyone. It's helping a politician. It's helping people who are in politics and organizations like BLM to raise more money. They get $90 million. They buy a couple of mansions. And by the way, they're not helping feed black people. They're not housing black people. They had $90 million. They could have fed people. They could have created a better schooling system. They could have fed people and housed them. They didn't. They bought mansions. They gave their friends jobs with supremely elevated incomes, and they didn't do anything else. Now they're out of money. Oh, they used up all of your money, and they're saying, give us more money, and we'll do something eventually. This is why the youth are in trouble. I hope that answers your question, Graham. Give me a second. Darth Hideous says virtual signaling in marches and on TikTok doesn't help anyone. Young people, sincerely, everyone. That's true. I mean, there is a place and time for a protest. I have no problem with a protest. But if the only thing you're doing is going to a protest saying, oh, this is so unfair, without understanding, okay, what's the solution? Oh, that's just terrible. You're just so evil. You're so racist. You're so ist and phobe. Okay, what's the solution? What's the effective, efficient solution? Do more of what we've already done? Well, it's not working. You're telling me it's not working. Why are we going to do more of it? Why would I want to double down on what doesn't work? We need to double down on what does work. And what does work isn't progressive. Whether you're progressive or not, whether you're a Democrat, you don't have to like it. I don't care about the feelings. I 0% care about feelings. I care about what's efficient, what's effective. I care about what works. And I can tell you, DEI does not work. You may feel like it's a good idea. You may feel like you want to see more of it, but it doesn't work. It isn't efficient. It isn't effective. It isn't lifting people out of poverty. It's putting more people into poverty. Okay, let me catch up here. Darth Hideous says Boko Haram means Western education is forbidden, correct? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I know that is the name of the organization. I don't know what it means. The reaction to Dow says reaction to modern political and social problems largely is determined by locations of their rearing, urban versus suburban versus rural. That has an impact on it too. Graham says it's kind of difficult to get young people to be enthusiastic about serving in the military if they are struggling to meet their basic needs. Well, that's one of the reasons why you go into the military. And I know a lot of people say, oh, see, the military is just a way to get poor people in there, black people. What's wrong with that? It's your country. And guess what? If you have people who served in the military have a greater vested interest in that country. You are willing to give up your life in and that will happen sometimes, that you will sweat and bleed and die for this nation. Well, gee, if I'm going to sweat, bleed, and die for this nation, I want it to be worth it. I want it to be as good as it can be. Oh my God, might I say I might want to make America great? Is that something outlandish to say because I'm willing to die for this country? I see no reason why not. Why the military is a bad thing. You go in, you get a better appreciation of what it is. By the way, you go to North Korea, you go to Cuba, you go to Venezuela, you go to Chile, you go to Angola, Uganda. Guess what? Your life is closer to the military in those countries. Life in those countries is closer to life in the United States military than it is to the American citizen. You are more restricted. You have less freedom. Mind you, the American military is still better than living life in those countries. There's a reason why our military is so better off. And by the way, our military is getting too cushy, but the enthusiasm isn't about, I'm going to join the military. I didn't join the Marine Corps because, I want to go to war. No, anyone who's in the military doesn't want to go to war. That's the last thing you want to do. But you want to be willing to convince the other guy that you might go to war. That's the key about the military. And you are going into the military because you believe that what you're defending is worth it. Is my life worth the Second Amendment? Is my life worth your free speech? Absolutely. Even if I don't agree with that free speech, it is worthwhile. It is worth my life. That's why I swore the oath, because I think it's that important. I believe that we have a casteless, classless system where anyone can rise up from abject poverty and become the Secretary of Education, to be one of the world's most prominent brain surgeons, to be able to be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company that we have seen. Dr. Ben Carson, Tim Kaine. How many people can I name? There are many of them. Condoleezza Rice. You can go from poverty to abject to the pinnacle of the world in America. You can't do that in other countries. Is that worth dying for? I believe the answer is yes. If you're looking to join the military so that I can save some money on going to college, don't join the military. Wrong reason. That's not worth it. If you're joining the military because, well, I want to have them pay for my sex change, not the reason to go into the military, don't join the military. Find a different way. But if you're joining the military because you believe that the American way of life is the greatest in the world, And it should be preserved, not just for you, but for your kids, your brothers, your sisters, your family, for everyone. And going down the line, join the military. There's your reason to join. But if you're joining for any other reason, you're going to be disappointed, and it's not going to be a good experience. Okay, then I'm going to skip forward on a bunch of comments, not because I'm not paying attention to the comments, but if I do nothing but comments, I will never make it through the show. I'm just seeing if there's... Darth Hideous is definitely typing up a storm. I love it. I love it. And Graham is... I'm going to get back to some of these comments a little bit later. I just want to catch up. Okay. Dow says, damn right, Voss. Living abroad is a huge eye-opener, especially without the comfort of military structure buffering from culture shock while you live on base and are only partially immersed. Well, and to that I can say, and not only have I been in the military, outside the military, I lived in Moscow. I lived in a communist nation for a year and a half. I was in Tbilisi as they started their civil war. I was in Riga. I do remember exactly what the communist system provided. And when I came back, this is after I was in the military. Oh my God, no wonder I'm a Republican conservative. I've seen what socialism is like, and it sucks. And you ask anyone from a socialist country and ask them about the quality of life there, and they will tell you how deplorable it is. They will explain to you why they left their country with their family and friends and everything they grew up with and their culture, and they came to America instead to become Americans. There is no better answer to that. Ask the people who moved. By the way, you see people moving from the socialist countries into America. You don't see Americans going into the socialist countries. There is no line to get into China. No one is begging to go to Venezuela, including Venezuelans. No one's on the way there. Everyone is trying to come here. It should tell you something about the difference in the quality of opportunity and life. So, with that said, so we've covered the breaking news. We've covered the food shortage, something that, again, please share this out with other people. Tell them about the food shortage. By the way, if you've made it through the first hour of the show, literally, we've just gotten started here. I haven't even gotten to anything yet. But if you've made it through the first hour of the show, please like, share, subscribe, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, on Rumble. And I know I have a huge audience on Rumble. Please just like, share, and subscribe. And if you want to be able to help the show even more, to help this one guy try and do the same job that 10,000 people are doing at MSNBC, that 100,000 people are doing at the New York Times, if you want to help, easy, $1.50. Join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. You can't, that's less than your Disney Plus, that's less than the Hulu, that's less than Netflix, and you'll probably enjoy this conversation more, and you'll get more out of it than watching the Marvels. Oh my God, I feel bad for you if you have to see that movie. If you can't, that's fine though, because all you really need to do, just like, share, subscribe. That's all I ask for. Okay, so let's move forward. Because yep, I had to show because someone's got to help me pay the bills. It sure won't be the Democrats. My concern about all of this and why I've been talking about the military, why I'm talking about the food shortage, why I'm talking about what's happening in the consequences of the Middle East is because we are getting closer and closer to 3 regional wars. We are hearing right now, North Korea is the puppet of the Chinese Communist government. North Korea is losing its mind under the Biden-Harris administration. They have gone from trying to reunify with South Korea under the Trump administration. They were considering ending the war with the United States, which we are in a ceasefire for 50 years. They were looking to end that ceasefire. They were looking to reunify with South Korea. And now, under the Biden administration, they have done a complete reversal. They have fired more missiles, more rockets, more ICBMs, and nuclear-powered drones than Any other president in 3 years, they have fired off more than any president in 4 years. In fact, more than every president, I believe, except one, in 8 years. 8 years have all been done in just the 3 years of the Biden administration so far. This is the fourth time. What we are seeing right now is the fourth cruise missile being fired. Not all of the weapons. They've also fired rockets and ICBMs, but this is the fourth cruise missile that they have fired, threatening South Korea, threatening Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, in preparation of China, who have guaranteed they're going to take Taiwan by force. So terrifying that South Korea has become the fourth largest weapons manufacturer in the world. Japan is building the first army since 1945 because no one trusts Joe Biden. No one believes that Joe Biden is going to stand up for them. And we have Kim Jong-un is now telling us he wants to go to war. He's canceled the reunification with South Korea. He is guaranteed he wants to take South Korea by force because Joe Biden isn't going to stop him. He doesn't believe that Joe Biden will defend South Korea. Why? Because Joe Biden won't defend Americans. Joe Biden abandoned 30,000 Americans around the world. Joe Biden won't even talk about the Americans that are being sexually abused and tortured, used as human shields for the last 4 months. If he won't do that for American citizens, the people he is obligated to protect, the people he is obligated to look out for, then do you think he's actually going to do anything for South Korea? I can tell you, South Korea doesn't think they are. Japan doesn't think it. Philippines doesn't believe it either. This is why you need to pay attention to details and ask for accountability. This is important. And by the way, rice is important to all of Asia. It's a staple food for them. And remember, there's a global rice shortage. How will that impact? North Korea doesn't have enough food as is. Now there's a global rice shortage. Gee, could that, at the same time that they are looking to militarize, at the same time they have promised that they are going to use force against South Korea, that they're going to take it over, that the war is going to become active, as they are firing off hypersonic missiles, they have told us they have nuclear-armed subterranean drones, and they're firing off cruise missiles. Gee, I know North Korea is a bit nutty, but I take them at their word. I'd rather prepare for the crazy person to do the crazy thing they told me they're going to do than to say, well, they'll never do that, and be surprised when they actually do what they said, because they're crazy. It's not about whether I think North Korea can beat us or not. They can't. But is it going to be a problem for the world? Absolutely it is. And so we should take them seriously, and we should be paying attention. And Joe Biden should be doing something about it. But let me ask the audience, when was the last time you heard Joe Biden mention North Korea or South Korea? When was the last time he was talking about Asia? When was the last time he said that he wants to defend South Korea as North Korea continues to say, fire missile after missile right over the ships and the cities of South Korea? Literally, they're firing them off, and people in the city are seeing them fly right over their heads. People in Japan are looking at it as they see the missiles coming over. They're on the beach and looking at it and saying, gee, that one's getting kind of close today. Wow, that's really aiming towards Tokyo. That's really aiming towards Hokkaido. Wow, look at how close they're getting. Think about it, folks. This is why we need strong leaders, and we need an international policy. We really need that. And we need someone who's on top of it, not reacting to everything, but acting. But, maybe that's just me. Hot Chicks, by the way, Hot Chicks says, oh, wait a minute, excuse me. Hot Chick says, black women rule. Hey, I got no problem with black women. I have no problem with women at all. No matter your color. But absolutely, I have no problem with black women. I mean, you're talking about my mom, you're talking about my sisters, you're talking about some of my ex-girlfriends and ex-fiancé. I got no problem with black women. I got no problem with women who are Hispanic or white. But definitely, women are good. I just respect them as they are. I don't put them on a pedestal and say, oh my God, the most important thing is, ovaries. No, I'm sorry. I don't rank them differently because of the color of their skin or because they have ovaries and I don't. That's not a qualification for anything except maybe give childbirth. I mean, obviously, got to be a woman to be able to give birth to a child. Yes, men can't give birth to a child. Trans can't give birth to a child. Women do, period. But that's a different aspect of it. So let me go on. So we're talking about North Korea. No one's talking about that. It is critical. It is important. It is important because at the same time, the reason why North Korea is acting up as it is, and the reason why they're going ballistic is because we aren't paying attention to the details. Our military is sidelined right now. The world is watching as Iran is saying, hey, they're going to blindside the United States. They have been attacking the United States. Iran, I keep hearing this. Oh, but it's going to escalate. We have to not let this escalate. What did Joe Biden say just the other day? He doesn't want the Middle East to escalate. It already did. If it wasn't escalating, we wouldn't be in this situation now. He wouldn't be firing off rockets at Syria and Iraq and Yemen and trying to defend our people in Jordan. If it didn't expand, where else is it to expand to? The soil of the United States, perhaps. But let's get this. Let me disabuse you of this lie that the Middle East hasn't escalated. Yes, it has. It's kind of like when in August of 2022, when they said, we're not in a recession, change the definition of a recession. Oh, that's not a man or that is a woman. Fantastic. Change the definition of what is a man, what is a woman. Oh, the Middle East isn't escalating. Change the way we describe what is an escalation. We are escalating. It has escalated. 4 months ago, it escalated and went from attacking Israel and killing Americans and taking them hostage. And then we saw Iran gave the green light, and the Hamas, the Houthi rebels, Hezbollah, and now this new thing, ISIS resistance, Islamic resistance, which, let's be real, it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It is Iran that have been attacking America for 4 months. That is an expansion. It went from Hamas to Hezbollah, Houthis, Iran. We are fighting a war. They just don't want to call it that. Because if you say we're fighting the war in the Middle East because of Joe Biden's failure in leadership, you might not vote Democrat. You might vote for RFK, or you might vote for President Trump, but you won't vote for, or you may not go out and vote at all, but that's not going to help Joe Biden. And that's why they won't tell you the truth. That's why they won't tell you about the consequences of what's going on. Because you're supposed to say, Joe Biden's great. He's the greatest president ever. Oh my God, look how great a job he got back 2 hostages. Yeah, but there were 22. And he's not talking about them. And Thailand got back 17 hostages. Thailand got back 17 hostages in the time Joe Biden got 2. That should tell you something. I've said it before on this channel. If I ever get captured for some reason, I go overseas, some crazed terrorist captures me and wants to ransom me off, get the Thai prime minister to negotiate to get me back home. Don't leave it up to the Biden-Harris administration or the progressives. I'll die in prison. They'll let me rot. But the Thai government, they'll get me home. And that tells you something about the leadership that we are dealing with. It's so critical, folks. And again, You don't have to like what I am saying. I am showing you the information and the evidence. I am showing you and going through the history of the situation so that you can understand why my conclusion is so dire and why we need to be active now. We need to be involved now. We need to demand accountability today. Because if we don't, history is repeating itself. There is no reason to believe that in 2024, before the election, there will be another country where Joe Biden will abandon tens of thousands of Americans. There's absolutely no reason to believe that won't happen because it happened in 2021, 22, and 23, year after year, consecutively. And those numbers were growing. And there's no reason to believe that as each country is seeing how we are failing to react at all or delayed in our reaction, that there's no reason to go green light, go forward. The reason why Iran has been expanding, and think about it, what did they start with? Okay, they got Hamas to attack Israel and kill Americans and use them as hostages. And then Iran threatened the Biden administration. Joe Biden did nothing. Okay? So then they had the Houthi rebels fire off rockets at Israel. The United States shot them down, but did nothing. So then they said, okay, they got Hezbollah to attack Americans in Syria and in Iraq. And Joe Biden did nothing. And then we had the Houthis block off the Red Sea. And Joe Biden, for months, did nothing. And then Joe Biden finally did something, barely. He knocked out 20% of the capabilities of the Houthi terrorists. Think about this. The United States military, global satellites in the air, spy satellites. We've got aircraft carriers all over the place. We knocked out 20% of their capabilities in 6 days of fighting, of attacking terrorist cells. Cells, not armies, not nations, a terrorist cell, which is harder, I give you that, but that's the best that the Biden administration could do. And so the Houthis continue to fight, and then Iran said, let me escalate and attack America and Jordan. Why weren't they ready for that? Why weren't we thinking? Because Joe Biden isn't thinking. He's not looking at the consequences. He's reacting as slowly as possible to everything that's happening because he wants to see the poll. It took him 5 days. 5 days. I'm kind of jumping ahead here in the show, but it took Joe Biden 5 days to react to 3 Americans being killed in Jordan by Iran. Let's get this straight. It was Iran that did this. It wasn't, it was done by Hezbollah. And even though John Kirby, when asked by the news media, I think it was the Associated Press, they said, wait a minute, all the international news agencies know it was an Iran-backed terrorist group. And the fingerprints, the organization, the way the attack, the terrorist attack happened in Jordan matches Hezbollah, which is run by Iran, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. Fingerprints are all theirs. And John Kirby said to the news media, national news media, this was on Thursday, yes, we know. Yep, it matches their fingerprints completely, but it wasn't them. That's like saying, wait a minute, I caught the criminal with the bloody knife, but he didn't commit the murder. What do you mean? He's on the crime scene. He's got the weapon. This is the modus. We know who did it. And you're telling me, well, yeah, but that's not the criminal. We know Iran did this. We know they did it through Hezbollah. No, it's this new organization that no one has ever heard of before. No one has ever heard of the Islamic resistance. No one's ever heard of it before. Doesn't exist. And this micro, non-existent terrorist cell is the one that killed the Americans. Where'd they get a drone from? They got it from Iran. Where did they get the training from? Iran and Hezbollah. Where did they get the manpower from? Hezbollah. This was Hezbollah that did it. And more importantly, it was Iran that did it. And why aren't we doing anything to Iran? Why aren't we imposing sanctions? I'm not saying that we have to drop bombs on Iran, which isn't the worst thing we could ever do. That's my personal feeling. You want to talk about feelings? My feeling is we drop a bomb on Iran and tell them to calm the hell down. That's me. People will disagree with that. I respect that. That's okay. You can tell me, Mike, that's going too far. Okay, I respect that. But we need to do something significant. We need to make a statement, and we need to respond to the root of the problem. The root of the problem isn't Hezbollah. It's not the Houthis. It's not Hamas. Who's giving them hundreds of millions of dollars? Who's giving them the rockets that they're firing? Who's making the drones they are using to attack and kill Americans? Iran. The root of the problem is Iran. Iran that has said for 45 years that they want death to America. Every American, whether you're a progressive, a socialist, whether you're part of BLM or Antifa, Iran wants to kill you. Why? Because you don't believe in killing gay people. Because you believe that women should be able to have an education. Because you believe women should be able to drive and work. And the Ayatollah does not believe any of that. Therefore, you should die. I don't want to hear these progressives. I hate these progressives that are running around going, oh, we support Hamas and we're gay. Are you stupid? Hamas will kill you. They do not respect you. They'll take your money, they'll take all the food, the weapons, everything you give them, and they will use it to kill you. So will Iran. Let's get real. This really upsets me. We should be doing something to Iran. Think about it. It was Jordan, in a group, this Islamic resistance, doesn't exist before. They suddenly come out of the blue, looking like Hamas, acting like Hamas, funded and weaponized like Hamas. So I'm going to call, like Hezbollah, which is Hamas, same difference. Hezbollah, and I'm going to call them Hezbollah. So Hezbollah attacks Americans in Jordan. Okay. And because of that, we're going to respond by hitting 85 locations in Syria and Iraq. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. We're attacking Iraq and we're attacking Syria because a week ago there was an attack that killed Americans in Jordan. Those are separate countries for people who, if you don't know geography, you don't even need to know where, you don't even need to know a map. They're different countries. Why are we attacking Syria? Why are we attacking Iraq when the attack happened in Jordan? Oh, because we recognize and we understand that the guys who attacked us in Jordan, well, it doesn't matter whether they say their name is Hezbollah or the Islamic resistance, they're actually Iran. So that's why we're not going to attack them in Jordan. We're going to attack those same people, Hezbollah, in Syria and Iraq. Well, if we're going, why are we playing the game? Then just go after Iran. We know it's Iran. Iran is the problem. Period. Point blank. End of the story. That's the root of the problem. Why are we wasting time? Because it doesn't look good for Joe Biden. Because they're fortifying the 2024 election. They want you to think that Joe Biden is a strong leader. He's not. They want you to think he's doing something effective. He is doing something. Oh God, I hate when people say that. Do something. He did something. It's useless. It's useless. Because he didn't chop the head off the snake. He didn't even wound the snake. He did nothing. It's a show. He's just doing a show. That's it. The United States shouldn't take... The Marine Corps can be anywhere in the world within 24 hours. That is what the Marine Corps' mission is. That's what the Marine Corps is capable of doing. The Navy can get people anywhere in the world. Air Force, Army. We can travel anywhere in the world within 24 to 48 hours. It took the Biden administration 5 days to attack known targets, known Hezbollah terrorist cells that were attacking Americans. 85 of these cells. It took us 5 days. Think about that for a second. Think about how horrendous that is, how useless that is, how ineffective that is. That is feckless. We've always known where those Hezbollah and Hamas and Iranian terrorists were. We've always known where they were. And it took us 5 days to hit them? 5 days? We could have done this 4 months ago. And if we did it 4 months ago, they wouldn't be doing this now. It's because they don't think Joe Biden has the will to continue to fight. That he's going to give up and run away just like he's done in Afghanistan, in the Ukraine, in the Sudan. That he is going to give up and run away, and the news media is going to forget about it because that's their job, to protect him in the 2024 election so that he gets reelected. That's their focus, the one and only focus that he has. And it doesn't matter how many Americans die. It doesn't matter if it's attacking the American military. That's their true focus. And the terrorists know that. So it's just a matter of waiting it out. They just have to give it enough time. And Joe Biden will give up. I know people may disagree with me on this, and I'm going to check the comments now, both on Rumble and on the channel here. And let me hear what you have to say about it. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Do you think I'm wrong about that? Do you think the response in Syria and Iraq is effective? I'd like to hear what you have to say about it. Let me check the comments here. I may have gotten some people riled up. There's a lot of comments. There's a lot of comments. Okay, I'm going to have to take a moment to go through these comments. There's a lot of comments. Okay. Maybe I riled up some people. Good. Oh my God, and they're all over. Hello, Darth Hideous is all over on Rumble here too. Okay. And first one shot. Hello, first one shot. Thank you for being with us on Rumble as well. Let's see. Should we repeal the 19th? Let me see here. Do not trust China. Darth Hideous says, do not trust China. Says, getting very close to World Revolutionary Civil War 2358 or whatever number, depending on which war. Okay. Let me mention something about that. For those who have not heard me talk about this before, I do not believe in World War III. I do not believe that's going to be an eventuality at this moment. That's not what we are set up for. People who've been watching the show have been watching me say this for years, and I've gone over this in individual videos as well as the live stream many times. We're looking at 3 simultaneous regional wars, not World War III. And it is far worse to have 3 simultaneous regional wars than World War III. If it were World War III, kind of like what we saw in World War I and World War II, there is a unifying thread connecting all of the countries, both on the Allies and the Axis. The bad guys have something in common that keeps them together. And if we can break that commonality, we break their war. We win. We have something to fight against. And that depletes the enemy. That removes their willingness to continue to fight, which is important. So if we had World War III, there would be something unifying China and Russia, North Korea, and Iran. There would be something they have in common. There isn't. Those countries all hate each other. And I know you see in the news all the time that, they're trading oil and they're trading drones and weapons and support for each other. They're having commerce, which is why sanctions against Iran, sanctions against Russia, sanctions against China don't work. And to a larger extent also in North Korea, they don't work They're useless. Why? Because they're all trading with each other. They may not be able to trade with everyone else in the world. They're trading with each other, so they don't care. And the sanctions have not worked. That's just a fact. It is an absolute fact. Joe Biden's promise that there would be crippling sanctions against Russia, that like the likes of which no one has ever seen before, and it will destroy their economy, didn't happen. Doesn't work. He had an empty argument. That's just a fact, because Russia's been trading with Iran and China, period. But these countries hate each other. The only thing they're doing is they're trading with each other, and they are helping each other fight against the United States, the number one common enemy they all have. They hate America, and they hate our allies, in particular the United Kingdom and Europe. After that, everything else about those countries, they hate each other. They can't stand each other. They would kill each other if it were not for the United States. And that's important to understand. That's why it's not going to be World War III, because they don't have anything to unify them. They don't believe in anything commonly. In fact, they hate each other because of the things each and every one of them believe and what each and every one of them want. So instead, they're having regional wars simultaneously. Right now, we have 2 out of 3. We're in a war in Europe, and that is going to continue. It's not going to end. That war in Europe, in Eastern Europe, you could declare ceasefire tomorrow. Putin can get the Crimea, southern Ukraine, and eastern Ukraine, get the wheat, the fertilizer, and the uranium, connect himself so he can get into the Black Sea, and it will not end there. It will not end. There will still be fighting going on, just like there has been since 2014 when Russia got the Crimea in the first place, by the way, because of Barack Obama. He's the one who gave him the Crimea. So even if this were to end tomorrow, Russia would not end its fighting. They wouldn't be having the same magnitude of fighting, but they'd still be fighting. That war is not going to end for another 10 years. And Poland knows it. They're building a wall. Finland knows it. They're building a wall. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are preparing for war. The Baltic nations. They're all getting ready for war because they know it's not over. So that's one region of war. Second region of war, Middle East. The Middle East, which we see, which is always a powder keg, and there's always a war going on there. But notice that Iran is beginning to coordinate more and more effectively. They are using their various terrorist cells to target. Who are they targeting? Israel and the United States, the 2 countries they have guaranteed they want to kill. And by doing that, they're showing their dominance over the rest of the Middle East. And being a powerful, dominant country is the way to lead the Middle East. That's just part of their culture. It's not good, it's not bad, that's what it is. And now we have Southeast Asia, which we were talking about, North Korea and China. And we know they're getting ready for war. They have been telling us, they have promised us they are getting ready for war. They are going to fight. China is building the largest navy in the world, double the size of the United States, who is shrinking its army. And I know people say, but Mike, their naval boats won't be as good as ours. There'll be more of them. And they can continue to build more of them. And we have a shrinking navy. Their navy is growing. Their army is growing. Their air force is growing. Ours are all shrinking. Guess what? That's a problem. So it's not World War III, it's 3 regional wars. Let me go on. I know people who've watched the program before have heard me go over this in greater detail for a long time. But, for those who are new, I want to make sure you know what I'm talking about here. And again, you can go and see some of my earlier videos throughout the last 3 years talking about this to understand why I say this. Okay, Dow was saying something about my button is a gloriously beautiful button, folks. My button is on my desk and works better than your button. Rocket baby, man. That big, red, beautiful button will unleash such fire. And you're talking about, okay, you're making fun of Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader. Okay, I think that's funny. User says, Mike, you ever hear Lord Miles' story of how the UK government negotiated for his release in Afghanistan? I remember Lord Miles, for Americans who don't know, there's a young man, Miles is his name. He got dubbed Lord Miles. He's not a lord, he's not a noble by birth in the United Kingdom. He's just a regular common person, as I recall. But he was stuck in Afghanistan when all the evacuations were going on, when we first saw the Taliban kicking Joe Biden's ass. And he stayed. A lot of people were getting evacuated. He stayed for a while, and he eventually left by himself, as I recall, because he was separated from most of the people, as I recall, if I'm remembering correctly. And when he did leave, the United Kingdom's government sent their commandos by helicopter to get him, to bring him to safety so he could come back home, as opposed to what the United States did, which is abandon 5,000 people. The United Kingdom sent commandos in Afghanistan during the retreat to go get him and other United Kingdom citizens to save them, and America just flew away, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. If Agent Black is there, he's in the UK. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Okay. My God, look at this. He bought, wait a minute, Lord Miles actually bought his lordship. He's a noble now. 15 pounds, that's all he paid for it? Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, I'm trying to catch up to the comments here. My God, everyone's typing away. I love it. I love it when everyone's typing away. It's sometimes a little hard to keep up, though. Ukraine in the Promised Land, participation in 3 regional wars will be encouraged by the use of World War verbiage, using words like Axis, evil, freedom, abroad, liberation, etc. Well, the whole reason why the media keeps saying World War III and they use that hype when talking about those 4 nations is to incite fear into the average person and to get them to comply. That's what it's about. It's about compliance. When they, remember, under the Trump administration, 5 times they said, Trump is about to get us into World War III. We're about to be starting World War III. Everything is escalating to World War III. They said it 5 times when he was handling and confronting China and Russia and North Korea. 5 times they said, oh, we're about to go into World War III. Why? It was meant to make you afraid. And so when 2020 came around and they started having the campaign, and they were saying, he was going to bring us to World War III. We got lucky that he didn't bring us to World War III because it was escalating. Did you not see the headlines? Did you not see the news media? And they were telling you it was escalating. And if it wasn't for Democrats holding him back, we would have gotten, no. That was complete crap. That's propaganda. And that's why now you're not hearing them say World War III. They keep saying, oh, well, it might escalate. But they talk about the Ukraine separate of talking about the Middle East, separate of talking about Southeast Asia. And in fact, they stopped talking about Southeast Asia. They stopped talking about Ukraine. They're currently talking about the Middle East, but only kind of, sort of. And they're editing what they're saying there. So it's kind of interesting. He's early. You're early. Sorry, my puppy is currently on, what do you call it, laxative or something. And so Not quite yet. He's getting ready to go out. And that means we'll take a break and then we'll come back from the show. Yeah, it is difficult to keep up with chat sometimes, especially when you're covering so many different issues. But again, I think this is important that we have a more full conversation, that we do try to go into this in more detail, because it isn't a 30-second answer. It's not something you can put a tweet out and say it's all done. It's not enough to say, we struck back and we'll strike back again. That's not an answer. Okay, if you dropped a bomb and you missed, and you're going back to drop the bomb again, and the expectation is you're going to miss again, you didn't do anything. That's not useful. What's the point? You're just wasting time and energy there. See, that's the thing that right now, Biden is like, I'm such a strong leader. We attacked 85 times. If you were a strong leader, you wouldn't need to attack 85 times. On targets you already knew. You've been targeting them. You've been watching them since 2021, when Joe Biden, on his first day in office, doubled the number of Americans in Syria. We've already known this. This isn't new to us. But he didn't do anything. I don't know how I need to emphasize that. And we need to hold them accountable and not let the news media forget about this, to just ignore this. They really have to react to this. And you're seeing this across the world, by the way. When I say, this is something that they're paying attention to, that they're trying to minimize this, to try to make Joe Biden look good. Well, there's this little bit right here. From Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle. Oh, it's such a difficult situation. It's so tricky right now. Joe Biden has to balance. He has to walk a balancing act because he doesn't want it to escalate. It already escalated. We're talking about Iraq, Syria, Jordan, the Gaza Strip. That's 4 different regions right there. That's 4 regions, not 1, 4. It's already, the Middle East isn't one big homogenous landmass. It's multiple countries. We're talking about multiple countries at this point. It's expanded. Oh, I forgot. I left out Yemen. That's the Houthis. That's 5. So, but the news media is in line. The mainstream news media internationally want you to think, but we're doing something. Don't you feel good? Isn't that great? You're doing something. Yeah, but you're doing ineffective things that aren't resolving the problem. That's the problem. If you're doing something effective, no one would complain. You're not doing something effective, which is why you keep saying, but look at all the things we did. We dropped a bunch of bombs. Yeah, but did you hit anyone? Did you hit the right people? There's a bigger question. You don't need to drop, what is it? They did in Yemen, which is counted separately than the attack in Syria or Iraq. There were 36 different targets. We effectively dropped 3 bombs on each target in 13 locations in Yemen. Fantastic. Drop 1 bomb and hit them, and you don't need to drop 2 more bombs. Hit them and stop them. Saying that there's 85 tells me that you're ineffective. And we're going back. Matter of fact, we are in the process today of hitting those same targets again. Well, that's kind of useless. You screwed up. If we're hitting the same target over and over, you screwed up the first time. You didn't take out the enemy. You know what? In the Marine Corps, I was not taught to shoot someone in the leg and say, oh, good enough. I was taught to shoot center mass and to take out the enemy. Because that's what militaries do. It's not good enough to say, well, we kind of hit them. No, take them out. If you're going to hit them, take them out. Does that make sense to people? Does that make sense? And that's the problem. Because the rest of the world is saying, oh, we're going to take out America. They're going to hit us and they're going to bleed us to death. And our response is, well, eventually we might react to that. Depends on how many votes it's going to cost. It's so aggravating to me. All right, so that's the Middle East. Give me a second. I want to just double check. So we've covered a bunch about the international so far. It's 4 o'clock, a little bit early. Sorry, I'm getting a message about my puppy, Khan. Come here, Khan. Come here, Khan. Khan, come here. My puppy, we were at the vet. So, Mr. 13-year-old here, he's 13 years old, and he was over at the vet earlier this week because he's getting old, and he's been complaining. And so, what I'm thinking, because he hasn't been well for a while now, some people who've been watching the show knows last couple of weeks he's been not feeling well. And so, what I'm thinking is I'm going to take the opportunity, take a break for an hour, since we've talked about the international and how that's affecting us. There's still what's going on with South Carolina. There's still Trump and his VP pick, his vice presidential pick. There's what's happening with New York and illegal immigration and how that's going to affect California and the rest of the country. I want to talk about all of those things, and I will talk about all those things. Darth Hideous says, does that doggo support ending the Federal Reserve? He looks like he does. I think he does. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break for an hour. Okay? So it's now, say 5:15. We'll be back at 5:15. I'm going to play a prior speech, the same one I played last week. I'm going to play just a speech I was giving. It's about an hour long. I'll be back in an hour, and then we'll talk about what's happening domestically in the United States. We'll talk about the 2024 election. We'll talk about illegal immigration, and we'll just go from there, okay? And we'll probably go another 2 hours at that point. But let me do that now, and I thank you guys for being patient with me as my puppy is not feeling well, and I'm loving the converse. I love the fact that everyone's speaking. Hang on. Nope, wrong one. And I believe it's... Is this the one? Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I... Oh, yeah, that's right. That is the one. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. You know, I can't get anything right. There it is. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, April 13th of 2022, to speak about something that, well, it's popular in the news today. You've heard about it, but you may not realize the aspects, the totality of it. We're talking about the connection between intersectionality, the connection between censorship, the connection between a false bravado and false logic, and how these are all coming together to affect your life. And you may not realize it. You may not realize that it's affecting you directly, but we're going to address how it actually is. Now, first, before we get started, we do want to mention if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we welcome you and we thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the social media that we can to be able to hear your voices in chats, in tweets, and in phone calls from anywhere in the world. And we do that because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to be heard, to speak about the topics that affect us all. And so we ask you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to join us in our live stream to talk about the issues that matter to you. We hope to see you this Sunday. With that said, let's talk about the issue today. We're going to talk about Ben Shapiro. We're going to be speaking about Quentin Merritt. We're going to be talking about college and censorship. Let's bring it all together. On Monday, you may have seen or you may not have seen Matt Brainerd, who we've done a recent interview with, was speaking with Look Ahead America and talking about the subject of censorship. And I think it's very important to start there. And in that conversation that Matt Brainerd was having, he mentioned this.
And off the bat, we wanted to get behind something that seemed extremely topical and important at the moment, which was stopping corporate censorship. This was immediately following the aftermath of the President of the United States being kicked off of the most prominent social media platform. And in a way that really bothered a lot of people. As Elon Musk has recently said, Twitter has more or less become the public square. And to take somebody off of that who was engaging in illegal speech for no other reason than really just having a political disagreement, along with all the things that led up to it, such as censoring media reporting on things like Hunter Biden's laptop, or otherwise trying to shape the media, shape coverage by suppressing certain news sources, elevating others, along with a whole raft of other social media and financial firms and technology firms interfering with people engaging in legal activity.
And that's interesting to us. Yes, we're seeing all over the internet, all over social media, all over our news and television, we're seeing censorship. We're seeing people removed from various platforms. They are being unpersoned. They're being shut down. In fact, we have been a target of that most recently. You may recall that we were recently speaking about the fact that Discord banned our channel and punished everyone who is a member of that Discord channel for the mere fact that we had spoken about a protest that we were putting forward because we believe that many colleges are radicalizing our youth, that they are introducing to them information that will be dividing America. And we've spoken about that to some extent in talking about the classes at SUNY Broome College here in the southern tier of New York, which will be providing an event that will further radicalize, further segregate, further incite the division in Americans based on race. This is a troubling trend that we see happening right now. But censorship isn't just the deletion of information, not just the unpersoning of individuals. We see that even recently, even today, Rumble had to respond to the fact that they are receiving pressure from news media organizations, from individuals in the press, trying to emphasize certain ideas, things that they approve of, thoughts that were accepted by a more left-leaning ideology, and punishing organizations and social media and individuals that may have a different thought, that may want to express themselves with the First Amendment. It's kind of a troubling situation. And while that is correct, that censorship does include the deletion of content, of the people's voices, it also includes things beyond just being disbanded or being unpersoned. In fact, it's also the way in which information is presented to the public and how it is denied or warped by news media and a political ideology. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about and what's the subject today. We're talking about Ben Shapiro. Now, there has been a video that's going around. We're going to play that in just a moment. But you may have seen the news, perhaps in Newsweek or other American news media, and it says, Ben Shapiro called bozo by student during anti-transgender event. Now, this came out this morning, the event yesterday. And the information that we hear from Newsweek is that this is about a horrible event. Ben Shapiro was talking about transgender issues to an audience at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and that he was in negative. He was horrible. He was invited to speak there because of the Young Americans Foundation, an organization we have spoken with before. And he was sharing with the audience his point of view that men cannot be women. In this reporting of this conversation, Newsweek has a very clear point of view. They want to get across a very clear summarization of the situation. But that summarization, that message that they are putting out to the public, to their readers who have not seen the actual video, have not seen the actual transcript, they're going to be misinformed. And Newsweek is doing this on purpose. Now, they say that Shapiro, who was largely welcomed by the audience, but when he took questions, became embroiled in a bitter exchange with one student who described himself as a mathematician and physicist. Now, they mention, and they cut to, the student said, "So I think I'm pretty qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on old data. Like, for example, gender identity disorder, that's a DSM-4 Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Bro, we use DSM-5 now." Shapiro responded, "I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech." They then stop with discussing the actual conversation that happened to interject some information of their own, that DSM-5 helps clinicians, researchers define and classify mental disorders to inform diagnosis and treatment. They go on to then say, the student commented, "You sound like a bozo." Well, that's not exactly how the conversation went. That's not exactly what was being said, because then they go into Ben Shapiro saying he doesn't have to define or justify his masculinity. That's really not where the conversation goes. And then they go on to say that the student talked about Western colonial framework of gender. Well, they're really, really abusing the conversation. They're really denying you the actual context of what was being said and the critical comments and commentary that was going on in that. And they're doing that because they want to provide a very specific point of view. They want to tell you that the LGBTQAI plus ideology is something that's positive. They go into talking about the Indian Health Service, talking about American Indians and different ideas of LGBTQ. But that's really not what it's about. They even go on to talk about Ben Shapiro in an entirely different event, which has an entirely different context. They're misinforming the public. They're trying to make Ben Shapiro look like a bad guy, like he's done something wrong, that this student has done something courageous and positive, without actually giving context of what was said and how it was said and whether or not it was actually valid. That's the censorship that's going on. And that's something that really needs to be addressed. Now, what actually was said and how was it said? Let's take a look at that before we go any further so we can understand how intersectionality is being promoted by the major news media and how they are suppressing other voices and other thoughts because they don't want you to think. They want you to feel, and they want you to feel exactly how they approve, which is bad for everyone. Let's take a look at this. So this is the video of the complete conversation between Ben Shapiro and a student who happens to be Quentin Merritt. And Quentin Merritt will be looking at his response to this video and the response of the public to what he had to say, so that you'll have full context. But I want you to understand that under the umbrella of LGBTQAI+, under the umbrella of intersectionality, we see that people are willing to misrepresent facts, misrepresent themselves, to attack unjustifiably individuals on a personal basis to be able to push forward an agenda regardless of what the cost is for that. So I've said that, but let me show you the actual conversation.
Hello, my name is Quentin Merritt. I'm a mathematician and a physicist here, double major, and I also just won the most prestigious award in the country, to pursue research at any institution I want. The National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
So let's stop right there. The first thing that we are told immediately in this conversation, which is after Ben Shapiro had been speaking for about 30 minutes and presented his case. This student, who, by the way, as we later find out, had just come from a gym to attend the event, Quentin Merritt, starts off by saying that he is a mathematician and a physicist. This is a lie. And this is a lie that is done purposefully because it is a logic fallacy. It is the assumption that he is an authority, and therefore, as an authority, he is able to confront Ben Shapiro, who is an authority, who is a recognized authority, who is the speaker at the event. So he's trying to use his titles as a means to support and raise up his argument to be able to silence anyone who would disagree with what he is about to say. Now, we don't dispute whether or not he received an award. And if he did, just as Ben Shapiro said, congratulations, good for him to be able to excel. But what Quentin has just told us is he is a student. He is studying a double major. That does not make him an authority. That does not make him a mathematician nor a physicist. He is a student. He is someone who is learning about these subjects. And whether or not he actually does get a degree, again, does not make him an authority in those fields. It just makes him someone who got a degree, which he may get in the future. He then puts up his award to further substantiate that he is an authority, but he isn't. Yes, he got the award, but that does not make him an authority. We have to understand the way that people are being trained to attack those they disagree with, the way that they are being taught how to silence others around them through tricks and illogical arguments that are only meant to suppress others. So that's what Quentin has said so far, and already he has already deflated and devalued the rest of his argument because he has created this fallacy to start. Let's go on.
So I think I'm pretty, qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on old data.
That's not true. Now, Ben Shapiro may or may not be using old data. That's a question. And that is a question of the source that Ben Shapiro is using. That does not rely on whether or not Quentin is actually an authority figure. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with any awards that Quentin may or may not have received. If he's using poor sourcing, that is a different question, which Quentin has not asserted, as we will see.
But my question to you,
I
and so I want you all to realize
last
that.
month, but sure.
Again, Ben Shapiro then responded, "You're incorrect. His source is from the prior month. It is 30 days old, the information that he is sourcing." So Quentin's argument is deflated. It is incorrect. He's made an assertion. That assertion has been corrected with proper information. So Quentin has failed now twice in his initial argument. Let's go on.
For example, gender identity disorder, that's the DSM-4, bro. We use the DSM-5 now for psychologists to be able to talk about...
I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is a term that I use throughout the speech, not gender identity.
You sound like
Okay, so to support his idea, Quentin decided to say, well, your sourcing is based on this faulty data. He makes his point clear on what he's objecting to. Ben Shapiro clarifies the actual citation he is making and its relevance in his discussion, which deflates and defeats the argument that comes from Quentin. Quentin is a smart man. He realizes that he has lost the argument. It is over already because the supposition is that the data is incorrect. The data has now been confirmed and supported and clarified. Quentin doesn't have an argument anymore. His argument has failed. So what does Quentin do? What has he been trained by the University of North Carolina? What has he been taught by progressive ideology to do when his argument has failed and he has been proven to be wrong? Well, we'll see.
Yo, bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro. So what's good?
So he instantly goes to a personal attack. Now, Quentin clarifies, and we will go over that with you in just a moment, but he has a reason why he's made a personal attack. But understand the logic, and we see this in social media on a regular basis, and it's something that Newsweek decided not to tell you about. The major news media did not want to go into the fact that there was an unsupported, unsubstantiated attack on the discussion that Ben Shapiro had made, that it was based on a faulty understanding of the sourcing of Ben Shapiro, and that argument was defeated. Newsweek did not tell you any of this, nor did it tell you that as a response, the answer from Quentin, as he had been taught by his teachers at the University of North Carolina and probably before, was to then immediately go into a personal attack and to try and embarrass or to somehow deflate the character of Ben Shapiro. Now, it doesn't matter whether you like Ben Shapiro or not. It doesn't matter if you agree with his ideology or not. What is important here is this is a form of censorship. This is an attack which is being supported by the corporate media, as identified by Matt Brainerd, and as we have discussed on this channel before, because the corporate media is denying you full context and an understanding that this is a false argument. And at the same time, they're not allowing you to be able to critique Quentin for making a false argument with faulty logic. Nor are they denouncing the fact that Quentin has made a personal attack that is unnecessary, unwarranted, and rather distasteful. But Ben Shapiro is not without his own ability to defend himself. By the way, also notice the entire audience of the University of North Carolina express their opinion of this personal attack.
So, number one, let me just say, the nice thing about having several small children, I don't feel the necessity to have my masculinity.
We're using a Western colonial idea.
So, Ben Shapiro just stands up, and this is where you see that edit that we saw here in Newsweek, that Ben Shapiro responded saying, let me say, the nice thing about having several small children is I don't feel the necessity of having my masculinity challenged by someone like you. He has reasserted himself and made it clear that the argument that is being presented to him is a personal attack, an attack that has no validity, nor is it relevant. That's where we go. And then we see that Quentin doubles down. He now returns and shifts the argument from a failed discussion that he had just made and a false premise that he had presented, and now shifts the argument into an entirely different argument that is not related to his initial statement, which is faulty data. He now makes an assumption, and he presents that as his new argument after the fact that his personal attack has failed, as we see from the audience itself. Let's see his new argument.
Of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're right. Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No.
So again, he makes an assumption. He makes a generalization, Quentin, and Quentin's generalization that male and female is not a biological aspect, but it is a social construct, which is a progressive idea that is being supported by academics in schools and being taught to children. And in some cases, the application of this ideology is being taught to children as young as 5 years old, which we are seeing in many states, which is why we have seen laws like the Don't Say Gay law that is in Florida, Oklahoma, Alabama, and many others. Which of course is not about being gay, but it's about teaching sexual ideology to children at the ages of 5, 6, 7, and 8. So Quentin has gone into that popular idea, at least the academically popular idea of many socialists and many progressives, that sexuality is a social construct, which Ben Shapiro is arguing a biological question of gender. So let's see how he is going to respond to this generalization about Western society.
No. Think
right.
about Native American.
Nailed it.
Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated,
And they
like
are
the United States or
incorrect.
Europe. And so you're
I'm
saying
saying
white,
they're biologically
so non-white
incorrect.
people. I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot.
So what we heard, again, is that he's trying to point out certain cultures. By the way, he's not mentioning which culture. Is he talking about the Aztec culture? Because Mexico, in the modern era, in the last century, if not the last 2 or 3 centuries, have Mexico and Africa and South America recognize the biology of male and female, both in sports and in society, and have done so for hundreds of years. This is true also in Eastern culture, whether it be China or Japan or Korea or any of the Asiatic countries. So there is an understanding of male and female biology, and that it is something that is intrinsic. Whether or not you agree with that, whether or not you prefer that, is entirely separate of the fact that it is recognized and has been recognized through modern history for hundreds of years, which Ben Shapiro has stated. So again, we see that Quentin is standing on poor ground. And to support his poor example, he then supports it again, saying, I'm a mathematician, I am a physicist, which he is not. He has not earned those degrees. He has not made that leap, or rather, he is making a leap to try and create an authority behind what he is saying that is unsupported by the truth, that it is factually incorrect. So let's go on and see what else happens here.
So
Tell me.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
So he goes with the line from KBJ herself, from Ketanji Brown Jackson's mouth herself. I can't answer whether male or female exists because I'm not a biologist. Because, again, this supports the idea that there is a biological, not social, definition of male and female. He's defeated his own argument. The argument from Quentin is that male and female are a social construct. But now, in saying that he is not a biologist, he is saying that not only does it take an authority to make this determination, but the type of authority is one based on biology and genetics, thus resupporting the fact that male and female are biological, not social. So he's failed in being able to support that he is an authority, and he's defeated his own argument without Ben Shapiro having to say anything else. That is important. We have to understand the failure. This is the failure of education in America at this time, that individuals have been taught to start with an argument, even if it's faulty, when proven incorrect, to attack an individual on a personal level, to try and discredit them, to try and support yourself with assumptions of authority that do not have any credibility, and to change the argument to a new argument, even if that argument is flawed, and to try and press that forward by using authority figures and self-claim of authority in a subject. So he's defeated himself several times. And we can see the failure of the education system that has taught him to be able to debate in this manner to try and win support for his point of view. Let's hear Ben Shapiro.
I'm 20.
As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got your law degree from Harvard.
So Ben Shapiro has made, while it is a stinging rebuke, it is accurate. If we are to assume the authority that has been assumed and has been claimed by Quentin, then Quentin, in his own argument, lacks the authority to make the argument that he is making about the social construct of sexuality. And he has not provided any authority or any documentation, any support for what he has said. He's made generalizations, but he's not citing any recognized sources for that. He's just assuming an authority that is not relevant to the argument that he is making, an argument that he's saying requires a knowledge set and a authority he does not have, and that he has clearly stated. Quentin's answer is to say that, well, Ben Shapiro lacks the authority as well. Even if we are to assume that is correct, Ben Shapiro is citing authorities, the DM5, in his argument that he is making. So he is not assuming that he has the sole authority on this or that he is an expert, but he is citing those who are experts in making the argument that he is making. There is a difference, and it is clear, it is not subtle, and Quentin has failed. His education has failed. Not to say that Quentin isn't smart. Quentin may be smart, but he is uneducated, and he has been educated poorly, and it is on display, which is why the rebuke by Ben Shapiro is so stinging. Let's go on.
What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from Harvard.
And frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
So, as a final rebuke against this student, Quentin, after taking several personal insults and addressing his core issues, his core arguments, and defeating those arguments, and Quentin himself defeating his own arguments, we then see Ben Shapiro go on a response to the personal attack that was made against him on several levels at several times. And he makes a very valid argument, which is also somewhat personal, in defending himself and saying, well, if you are such an authority and you have been taught that your authority gives you the ability to make these unsubstantiated arguments that you yourself have defeated, there is a underlying failure in the way that you are being taught. There is a failure in your knowledge, and that goes back to both the emphasis on a progressive ideology, on intersectionality, and to go to the way that he was taught to think. That's very important. And that's the end of the conversation. I will play it out just so that everyone knows that I am not editing any additional content that is of substance or adds context to the conversation. So that is over. So we've established, and I think we've established very clearly, that the education system, in its emphasis to be able to promote a political ideology, and let us be very clear, intersectionality, gender identity politics, and critical race theory are political aspects. They are political ideologies that are meant to put groups of individuals, categories of people above others for the basis of power and law. That is a fact that is continuously seen through the actions that we have seen and also being expressed by the corporate media. Corporate media that is looking to edit this information, to take it out of context so that you are provided a very biased point of view, so that you will support that ideology, which is supported by the corporate media, so that you will not think this through and you will assume that the authority, in this case the corporate media, is correct, and therefore, in that same line of thought, that Quentin is also correct. But in fact, they are not. And their argument is not substantiated. And the person who's the villain in this is not Ben Shapiro, nor his thoughts, which are unapproved by the major media and academics. No, in fact, it is Quentin and the process of thought that he was taught to use and the process of argumentation that he was taught to use by the University of North Carolina and his prior teachers. all of them should be embarrassed and upset that Quentin has gone through this process and has embarrassed himself as well as their institutions and the education system in America and its priorities at this time. Newsweek should be embarrassed at this time for the article that they published and the lack of context that they have provided to the public. And just as Matt Brainerd had pointed out, we see this on social media in addition, and this is the kind of censorship that is destroying America. It is destroying our ability not only to make arguments, but to think about these arguments and to be able to evaluate them as individuals rather than categories, rather than just having to accept an approved thought that is provided to us by individuals that assert their own greatness and power without any substantiation. That, as Matt Brainerd was bringing up, we need to question this, and we should fight against this because this is not the way to maintain a nation, a society, or individuals. It takes away from all of their abilities. This is Quentin's page himself. This is his YouTube channel. He has had, since this event has come out, he has 56 subscribers. He has a video that has 32,367 views as of this recording. And he has only 82 likes on what he has to say. Now, that is not indicative necessarily of the quality of what is being said by Quentin, although it is indication that his attempt to reach out to support what he had said is not finding ears, that it is not substantiated, and that he has been proven wrong. In addition, and I don't see the dislike, but I would assume, and I'm pretty sure people will be able to find this, that the dislike ratio is significantly higher than the like ratio. Not because Ben Shapiro is a great guy, but because Quentin is unable to substantiate his argument that he is making, and that he has failed in promoting the ideology of intersectionality and of progressive thought, and that his school has failed. And you can look at the comments that are prevalent and surrounding his entire channel of individuals who are pointing out the different things that are wrong. In particular, I cite this one right here, Wes Smith mentioning, "You are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist, you are a student." There is a clarity here. Now, again, I want Quentin's words to stand for themselves, and I want you to hear what he has to say in its fullness as he tries to defend and support what he has done and to justify the false logic that he has used, to use personal attacks to try and belittle and diminish an individual and to try and elevate himself by assuming an authority he does not have. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hey, my name is Quentin Merritt, and I just roasted Ben Shapiro.
That is factually incorrect. That is factually incorrect by, if no other criteria can be used here, the number of views of the video I just showed you from Ben Shapiro, 300,000. The number of views that Quentin is receiving, 32,000. On a magnitude and order, he is not seen as being superior. Although, if you're looking at Newsweek and certain corporate media, then you will get a sense that that is what happened. But if you are looking at what people themselves are responding to, that is incorrect. That is, again, another assertion of authority, an assertion of success that is not substantiated by any evidence that we can see. We'll go on.
But before I get into the reasoning behind my actions, I'm going to give you some background about my experience at the event.
Now, is the background that he's about to tell us of any relevance? No. He is using another slippery slope. He's changing the way that you are thinking about this argument. He is going to seek to try and win you over on an emotional level about an argument which is based in fact. He is trying to change your perception of this. Again, this is another technique that has been taught to him by the University of North Carolina at Greensboro and many of his prior teachers, we can only assume. That this is what he has been taught, to change the argument, to change the framing of the argument, and to try and engage in an emotional battle on something that is based in fact. He is trying to now change things from the fact to how you feel, whether you like Ben Shapiro or whether you like Quentin Merritt. That's what he's looking to do. That is the new argument he's going to put here, and that's why he is introducing information that has no relevance and cannot be substantiated. This is his perception that he is about to present to you. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm with a friend, and we strolled through campus to get to the gym, waited patiently in line, shuffled through security, all to get to the biggest and most controversial event of our time in college.
Introducing a couple of concepts here. That he has friends, that he was an innocent individual, that he was coming to this event presumably with an open mind, presumably. That he was just being another student going and seeing something that was incredible. And if the most incredible thing that you are learning at college, and I know it's been 35 years since I've been in college, but if the most important thing that has ever happened to you while you are in college is that a individual is speaking at your college, then that education system has failed you. That is my personal opinion. It may be incorrect, but again, we're talking about subjectivity here because Quentin has introduced subjectivity and personal reflection. And if it is about personal reflection, I can tell you that in my experience, the experience I have heard about and shared with many, many other individuals who have gone to college as well over the last 35 years, if this is the most significant thing he is doing in college, his college has failed him, and he has failed to seek out experiences that are readily available to him. But let's continue.
Ben Shapiro at UNCG. And as we walk down the stairs and try to squeeze into our seats and settle in for the event, we hear someone yell, "I fucking hate minorities." Just like that.
Okay, so now we have an unsubstantiated claim. Now, I find this interesting because, as far as I can tell, there is no video, there is no evidence that has been reported either by the major news media, nor by individuals at the University of North Carolina, nor by Quentin himself that shows any evidence of such a thing happening. Now, I'm not saying that it could not happen. I'm not saying that it did not happen. I don't know if that's a personal attack, an individual that has a personal relationship to Quentin, that they have a personal argument with Quentin. I don't know. But what I do know, and what can be substantiated, is that there is no evidence that these kind of racial slurs were being used at this event, either at large or by specific individuals targeting other individuals at the university. Again, this is an attempt to try and sway an emotional reaction. He has now used race, and of course it's called the race card for a reason. He's now used his race and a presumed slur to try and change your emotional outlook on his conversation and to change the context of his speech that he had, his discussion he had with Ben Shapiro. He's now tried to make you angry. He's tried to make you emotionally support him. This is a technique. It is a technique used to subvert individuals and to change the way that they would look at something in a manner that they normally would not. He's changed it from a substantive argument into an emotional one. And he wants you on his side emotionally without providing any substance nor any verification. It's his word, his feelings, and he wants you to share his anger, even though there is no reason for you to do so. But let's go on to hear what else he has to say.
My friend and I immediately looked at one another with shock. Him wide-eyed, looking at my black skin, and me uncomfortably staring at his brown skin against the sea of white faces that surrounded us. I mean, that was to be expected, given Ben Shapiro's demographic.
Why is it to be expected? Ben Shapiro has millions of followers around the world. And he's saying that the only people who can relate to Ben Shapiro would be people who are Jewish, not even necessarily white, but Jewish, because that's one of the key categories that Ben Shapiro actually targets or is targeted and that he represents. So again, now we're hearing this argument, well, you can only be represented by people who look just like you. He's assuming that because Ben Shapiro is light-skinned, therefore he supports or is supported by whites. Well, maybe, but is that to say that no one who is black or brown-skinned or Asian or indigenous, that no one else around the world supports Ben Shapiro because he doesn't look like them? Because we have now had this argument introduced by Quentin that only people who are like you, who look like you, who have either black or brown skin, well, they must support Quentin's point of view. You must align yourself and see yourself in Quentin because he's made this allegation, and because Ben Shapiro is other, he has to be an enemy. He has to be in opposition. Well, that's not necessarily true. And that is a weak argument at the very least, and it's unsupported. It's inaccurate. It is not factually correct to say that that is the demographics of Ben Shapiro's followers. What you can look online and you can look at his event. That's not true. So he has made a false argument, a false equivocation, and he is supporting that on the basis of my skin color, which at any other time in the world would be considered racism. He is using racist arguments to try and gain your support for his actions and his failures. I want you to be clear on that. And this is what he is being taught at the University of North Carolina, and possibly by other teachers before in his life. This is the ideology of the progressive socialists that progressive socialists are putting out to the public and to our youth who will become the future leaders of our nation. Racism. Let's continue.
But what I did not expect was the lack of response to the hateful statement that resounded in my ears. No one batted an eye or turned their head except for us.
Again, he's assuming that people heard this statement, that, well, he's trying to make us believe initially that this statement and this situation actually happened, even though no one else has reported that, no one else has made that claim. He's making that claim, so he wants us to believe him, and he wants us to believe that in that event, under circumstances that we don't have clearly, we don't know if someone was standing right in front of him, if they were standing 50 feet away from him. Was it shouted? Was it said? Was it whispered? How was this said? Did anyone else hear it? Where were they when that happened? We don't know. We only have the emotion, not even the substance or the situation, not even an attempt to provide a situation. All we have is an emotion to go off of, which is his racism, his preference of brown and black skin versus someone else who, again, he hasn't stated anything other than a supposition that they may be light-skinned, they may be white, they may be Jewish. We don't know. They're other. And this is the argument that he is making right now, which is not truly an argument. This is an emotional culling. This is an emotional call to action based on racism. Let's continue.
The lack of care by the people who surrounded me, most of whom shared the same views as Ben Shapiro.
How would he know? How can you say that the people shared his views? He didn't share the views of Ben Shapiro, and he was at the event. How did he know that there weren't others who disagree? And in looking at events where Ben Shapiro has spoken at on a regular basis, there are many members of the news media who don't agree with Ben Shapiro, and yet they are there to cover the event. There are many people on social media who go to these events, not because they share the points of view of Ben Shapiro, but to attack them. We have many students and other individuals who go to events of Ben Shapiro to protest and to be able to speak and to challenge Ben Shapiro. Is he assuming that everyone that was at the event, except him and his one associate, were there in support of Ben Shapiro and no one else was there to argue against him? Is that the argument that he's making? Is that the supposition that he wants us to believe that factually is not correct? Again, his argument is failing, but it is an emotional plea. It's not meant to make sense. It is not meant to be logical. You aren't meant to think about what he is saying. You are meant to feel. And you are meant to feel in alignment with him so that he gains greater support, not any thought. You're meant to react emotionally without the benefit of any logical consideration. That's what he's pushing for here. Let's continue.
Stirred a fire within me. And that's when I made my decision. I posted to my Snapchat story and I said that I was going to heckle him.
So he's, because of an individual who has nothing to do with Ben Shapiro, because it wasn't Ben Shapiro, nor did Ben Shapiro, in his appearance at North Carolina or any other event that can be documented anywhere in the history that Ben Shapiro has been a public figure, and even before then, is there any call for racism? Does not exist. So he's now made a decision based on his own emotional feelings that he wants us to join in on, that he has now been justified to heckle. He's not there to object. He's not there to put in a critique. It's not because he's heard something that Ben Shapiro has said that he believes is factually incorrect. No, he has made a decision, and he says that he has put that out to the public to now go and heckle. He's going to attack. He is going to try and personally, or he's going to try and emotionally disrupt this event, because he has found an offense that has nothing to do with the subject matter. It has nothing to do with the presenter. It has nothing to do with anything except his emotions based on an interaction that we have no way of being able to confirm. And he wants us to support that. We shouldn't, but that's what he wants. Let's see what else happens.
And when they asked audience members to go down for questions, I went down there with that in mind. On my way up there, I asked myself, well, what does Ben Shapiro do? You know, he uses his influence as a political commentator.
So let's be sure of what he's just said. Ben Shapiro, based on not what he said at North Carolina, he's saying that he hasn't listened to the speech of Ben Shapiro. At least that's what it appears he's saying. He's thinking about past actions and past events of Ben Shapiro. He's not talking about what was being said at the University of North Carolina, not the subject at hand, the discussion at hand. He's looking for something else. He is looking for something to attack. He is looking for a way to try and take away the substance of Ben Shapiro, of the authority of Ben Shapiro, and the substance of any of his discussions. He's not looking at what actually factually was said and actually what may or may not be a weak discussion made by, or argument made by Ben Shapiro that day. That's what he is telling us. He isn't there to, and he isn't going up to ask a question because he disagrees with what Ben Shapiro said that day. He's just looking to disrupt and to cause people's emotions to be riled up, as his then now are, or at that time were, so that he could emotionally sway individuals to support his own personal ideology. And we're going to hear about why in just a moment.
And touts his credentials from his Harvard law degree to give himself the credibility to speak on issues that he's not qualified to speak about.
Except he also cites information that he has studied, that he has read. He uses sources beyond what his actual authority is, which is a lawyer and a individual who studies politics. No, Ben Shapiro uses citations and information that is available to everyone that he has investigated, and he makes his argument based on that, because no one individual is an expert at everything. But there are many ways. We don't need to be experts at everything. That's why we have reading comprehension. That's why studies and reports are made. That's why articles and commentaries exist, to help us to absorb more information than what we have by ourselves. That's something that I learned in college. That's something I learned before I got to college. And it seems it's something that Quentin is completely discounting. Let's go on.
So I did the exact same thing. And for those of you on the internet saying that there's no way that I possibly won this prestigious award, I'm sorry to tell you that you're wrong.
I don't know who's made that argument that he didn't win the prestigious award. I haven't seen evidence of someone saying that. Now, again, he may or may, I'm not disputing it. This isn't a claim he has made, but his claim does have some question based on the fact that he started his entire conversation, and during his conversation, assuming an authority that he does not have. So in saying that he has an authority, claiming an authority he does not have, then brings to question everything else that he cites. And in addition, in his discussion with Ben Shapiro, in misquoting facts, in misquoting Ben Shapiro and the argument that's being made, because of the multiple fallacies and logical inaccuracies that he has made in his argument, yes, every aspect of what he has said is in question and should be questioned. Because he did this to himself. He destroyed his own character, and he invited questions about his credibility and his credentials because of the manner in which he has argued and the fallacies that he made that were highlighted by his own conversation. So if Quentin's upset because people are doubting him, it's only because of what he himself said. Let's go on.
You know, it's true. I was awarded the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
Congratulations. I'm glad that you've gotten that award. I'm not even going to bother and check it. I'm going to assume that you are correct on that. That does not imply that you, Quentin, are any better or worse at anything else. It doesn't mean that you are successful or that you've made a successful argument. And it definitely highlights that there has been a failure in the lessons you've learned about logic and the lessons you have learned about being able to provide proof and making a logical conclusion on the things that you wish to discuss. You have failed. Your teachers may have failed you, and that's sad, but you have failed yourself. Let's go on.
And I'm a double major in mathematics and physics.
Which means you are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist. You're a student. You're learning. You hope to one day become a mathematician and or physicist. You hope that these double majors will result in you gaining degrees, but you don't have authority. You are not what you have claimed to be. And you've said this now multiple times, that you are not an authority. So therefore, your credibility again takes a hit. Let's go forward.
This is what Black excellence looks like.
No, it doesn't. Black excellence is not the assumption of authority that you do not have, that you yourself refute. Black excellence is not using emotional arguments to try and claim a political victory in a debate. Having faulty sources and having faulty conclusions is not excellence. Using emotion and race to try and manipulate the audience that you are speaking to is not excellence. In fact, nothing that you are presenting or have presented is an example of excellence. Not for progressives, not for socialists, not for intersectionality or anything else. No group that you are trying to claim an association with, no group that you represent or claim to represent, no one is being given an example of excellence in the manner and in the way that you have presented yourself and the arguments that you have made. You don't understand excellence. I can understand why you are not an English major, nor are you a philosophy major, because you don't understand the words that you are using. Let's continue.
Sadly, I do have to agree with one point that had been made about me. He's right. I'm not a biologist. And that's the point. Neither is he.
That isn't the point. Ben Shapiro has never assumed, nor has he stated that he was a biologist. If he had, then it would be correct to call him out for that. But he has never made that assumption. He has stated and he has provided evidence of where his citations are from. He is saying that he is educated on a subject, that he has learned about the subject from those who are experts, and he cites the sources that have provided him the knowledge that he has. You are full and absolutely able to question his sources. You are absolutely allowed to question the validity of the studies or the sources that he is using. That's perfectly fine. That is a debate. That is how we advance our knowledge, by questioning the things that we have available to us as evidence for the arguments that we are making. That's fine. But you are, again, using a slippery slope. You are assuming that since Ben Shapiro is talking about a subject that does, to an extent, cover biology, but also entails several other scientific disciplines. But you're assuming that Ben Shapiro, because he uses a subject and some sourcing, is therefore assuming the credential of being a biologist. He has never done so. That's your assumption. You are putting that on him. It is a straw man. It is a false argument. You yourself have made the assumption of authority, that you have placed authority on yourself that does not exist. And again, you're not a biologist. You're also not a mathematician. You're not a physicist. You aren't even someone who has finished his education. You are a student. So let's get things on the playing field the way they are actually exist, and not the emotion manipulation that you are attempting to achieve. Let's continue.
So in reality, the people in that audience should be listening to neither of us, regardless of our personal accolades or achievements.
That's incorrect, because people should listen to someone that is providing them information and is providing them the sources of that information. Now, should people have some doubt? Absolutely. Should they go and verify for themselves? Absolutely. Should they, as individuals, be able to and be encouraged to learn more for themselves based on a presentation that is made? Absolutely. But to say that no one should ignore, then why should we listen to anyone who speaks about any subject ever? There is such a big fallacy here in the presentation of what is being put forth. It is illogical. And truly, Quentin, you should know better. Let's go on.
And should actually listen to the biologists and psychologists doing the real research in these areas. And the research comes to an undeniable consensus that being transgender.
That's not true. That is not true. In addition to the fact, besides the fact that there is not an undeniable consensus, consensus does not equate to validity or fact. It doesn't mean that it is an absolute truth. We're talking about the sciences. Science is always a quest for a question, and as we gain more information, we ask new questions. There is no resolved science. There is no absolute definitive answer in science. That is a fact. It is a quest for questions, and as we get answers, we ask more questions. That is a fact. That is the basis of science. But you're presuming that that's not the case, that because there is a consensus of thought, well, then that must be the answer. Well, there was a consensus of thought throughout human history that the world was flat, that if you went too far, you'd fall off the edge. There was a consensus on that. There was a consensus that the earth was the center of the universe. There was a consensus for hundreds of years on that, and it was incorrect. There was a consensus at one point in time amongst many different tribes that trees were gods, that the sun was a god. There are many consensuses that have existed in societies small and large that are incorrect. To say that there is a consensus, especially in dealing with science, does not convey truth or fact. It just means that at this moment, some people agree for some reason, which may or may not be valid. Again, you're trying to use authority to support your point of view, your emotional conclusion that is not supported by facts or evidence. Let's continue.
Gender is not a pathology. It is not a disease. It is literally just a different way of being a human being. So, again, I'm going to be very clear. I'm not sorry about what I said to Ben Shapiro.
But you should be. You should be, because you've made personal attacks and you've used false logic and you used faulty evidence. You should be sorry. You should be sorry, if not to Ben Shapiro, then to yourself and to those who are listening to you for misrepresenting the information that you have presented, that you have been flawed in your logic. You should be sorry for your teachers at the very least, and your peers and your colleagues, because you have done a poor job of presenting yourself and what they have taught you. Let's go on.
However, I do want to apologize for the sexist language that I used.
The sexist language? The language? Not the sentiment behind it, not the personal attack. You want to be upset about the language that was used, but not the mindset that was behind the language and the reason why you decided to devolve into personal attacks. And that's something that you're not sorry for as well with Ben Shapiro, that you personally attacked him in a discussion that should have been above and separate of that. I'm really looking at you, Quentin, and saying you're doing a very poor job of acquitting yourself and the things that you have been taught and the groups that you claim to represent. It's really sad. Let's go on.
Back in 2020, Ben Shapiro spoke on his podcast about the song WAP by Cardi B, where he was rightfully mocked by the internet for awkwardly rapping her verses.
So Ben Shapiro, in a mocking tone and in something that...
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everyone. Hello, and thank you for being back with us here on No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon of the political dragon of the Bronx at the moment, or America, and I'm happy to be here with you again. For those who are new on the program, I again welcome you and thank you for joining us as we do long-form political commentary, going into the details. And if you've been with us for the first hour and a half or so, you would have noticed that we've covered more and more details about what's affecting America on international policy than CBS, CNN, MSNBC combined. That's right. One man is doing more about providing you with information and understanding the consequences than each of those corporations with tens of thousands of employees. It's fantastic. For those who are progressives out there, you wanted to go and spend $20, $30 to go see a horror movie? Well, instead you could spend $1.50 on our Patreon, and you can watch my show and be horrified. Oh my God, the black progressive, the black conservative Republican, oh my God, I don't know what to do. It's so terrifying. I tell you what, you save money and you'll be able to have just as many thrills and chills. For Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, you can watch the program and actually be informed and to share your voice. I look forward to that. And we're having a great day today. Lots of people have lots of things to say. So I thank you all for coming back, as we're going to be talking more about the domestic side of things and how it's affecting everyone. And the one thing I did want to cover, though, before I did that, is we did get this message. This was from Hot Chicks, who sent this in, and 80% of the Britons, of United Kingdom residents, believe that there will be World War III in the next 5 to 10 years. It's amazing. About 53% overall. Left is a little bit less sure about it. Right is a little bit more sure about it. But overall, about 53% of those in Britain believe that within 5 to 10 years, we will be in World War III. I tend to believe, and I thank Hot Chicks for bringing that stat up. I wanted to go over with you. Again, we believe it's going to be 3 regional wars, and we believe it's going to be by somewhere around the end of 2027, 2028. That is most likely what we're seeing. We are in the logistics phase in Southeast Asia, and what we're seeing in the Middle East is only beginning, and what's happening in Europe is going to continue for another 10 years. Just so we can wrap that up. So we just want to make sure I like it. Darth Hideous is like, well, thank you for coming back because we never left. I hope everybody was enjoying the conversation we had about the UNC debate and how the progressives look at the world versus reality. But we'll go forward. So I did want to cover that. And again, I mentioned it in the comments, but if you have any of your progressive friends out there and they say, oh my God, it's doom and gloom. He's just so... We trust MSNBC. We trust CNN. We trust the major news media to tell us the truth. Well, remember, Joy Reid told you the truth. She said, hey, she was live on air and said, Joe Biden starting another effing war. That was her words. She told you the truth. Of course, she earned her paycheck by immediately talking about Orange Man Bad and promising you that Orange Man Bad was going to do exactly what Joe Biden is doing. So they're promising the future. Oh, Orange Man Bad will get us into wars. By the way, we're not going to talk about the fact that Joe Biden has us in a war. We won't call it a war. We won't tell you that it's escalating, but it's been going on for the last 4 months. Oops. Yeah. So that's the thing about the left. They try to hide and compartmentalize it all so you don't notice. Meanwhile, our allies in the United Kingdom, in Europe, our allies around the world, they are noticing this. They are paying attention, and they know Joe Biden cares more about the next election than protecting Americans or our allies. They are on their own. And everything that is happening, even what's happening with the Middle East, we could have shut down the Houthis immediately 4 months ago. Instead, we now have rice is in a shortage. Many of the consumer goods are in a shortage because of the Houthis in the Red Sea, and that's increasing the prices. That's inflationary. That's going to hurt poor people. Gee, isn't that compassion of Joe Biden? He wants you to think he's a hero because he finally took action 4 months after the fact, after he checked the polling and saw that Americans demanded that he respond to the killing of 3 members of our military in Jordan. Only after he got to see the poll numbers and how it was going to affect the election, then he took action. And by the way, for those who said, Mike, you didn't tell us what's the solution. You know what the solution is? You put sanctions, heavy, hard sanctions on Iran and tell them that if they continue, we will attack them. We will bomb them. Not to say that it's off the table. No, we tell them directly, we will do it. It's not, ooh, we'll think about it. No, we will be striking them militarily if they don't back off. We also strike all of the Hezbollah, Hamas. We strike the Houthis and this new group that they just made up, Islamic Resistance. We strike them all because we know where they are. That's why we were able to hit them 85 times in Syria and Iraq, why we were able to hit them 36 times for the 10th day in Yemen. We know where they are. Just hit them and hit them hard, not disperse them. No warning. Don't give them 5 days warning to be able to hide, to try and disperse like cockroaches when you turn on the light. No, we just strike. Tell them afterwards why we hit them, not beforehand so they get to run away. Don't give them warnings. Hit them hard. Tell Iran, here's your sanction for supporting global terror. And by the way, if you keep it up and more Americans die, we either directly or indirectly because of the IRGC or anything that Iran is doing, then we're going to strike Iran because you're the root of the problem. That's it. That's how we resolve it. That's what a strong leader does. And I guarantee you, if we actually said that with some kind of conviction in our voice, then you would actually see Iran back down like they did under the Trump administration. You'd see them back down. But that's not what's happening. So, now, let's move forward, because I'm not Joy Reid. I'm not getting paid to gaslight you. I don't get paid at all. You can donate to the Patreon. I'll make $1.50. Oh, I'm going to be a billionaire overnight, I'm sure. Anyway, going forward, let's talk about domestically, because domestically there's a lot going on and it's going to have a massive impact on the rest of the world. We already can see how it's affecting us internationally, but let's talk about how what's going on right now is going to affect us domestically and therefore ripple out to the rest of the world. And part of that is Joe Biden is in trouble. It is expected that later this week, by the way, this is coming from Axios. This is a far left news media site. So they have a far left spin on everything. And if you notice, for those who are new to the channel, almost every source we use on this channel, about 90% of all the sources we use are only from the left. And links to everything we're talking about are in the description either before or immediately after the show so that you can see it in full for yourself. Don't trust me. Always fact check me. Double check the information. I'm perfectly happy with doing that. I've been doing it for 2 decades. So Joe Biden is bracing. There is a special counsel report that Merrick Garland, the AG of the United States Attorney General, has already promised he's supposed to release to the public. We're supposed to see this. It's about Hunter Biden. It's about his finances, his connections to China, and the influence that Joe Biden was wielding through Hunter Biden to get those political connections, to get those international donations, to be able to receive money since 2015 when he was sitting in the vice president's seat. These are facts. We know it has been internationally verified that Joe Biden started getting checks in 2015 from his son, Hunter Biden, which he told us didn't happen. Lied to your face, told you in 2019 he had nothing to do with his son's business. And here it is, he actually was getting a check since 2015. Here it is, he's been on phone calls with his son on business. He's been in meetings in person with his son. So, he's got a lot of problems, but his answer, but one of the things that the council is worried about and that they are trying to fortify against, what the news media is trying to downplay and have done so successfully in the last couple of years, is Joe Biden has had secret classified documents as a vice president, which is illegal. And he's had them secured in his garage. His answer was, they're right next to my Corvette in my garage. Yes, the secrecy level there is immense. I can't imagine any cat burglar not being able to get into his garage to get his car. Are you kidding me? Joe Biden has tried to compare his garage to Fort Knox. I'm sorry, it's not that difficult to get into. And he has had American top secret documents sitting next to that Corvette in a garage that literally any American could break into at pretty much any time. There isn't a Secret Service detail there. There is no security there. He's got a lock. Big deal. Anyone can break in and get into that. He's just got one of those little, I forget what the name of a lock is, with the dial on it. I mean, really, this isn't something that he's holding on to. And by the way, it's illegal. It was illegal for him to have the documents. President Trump, as a president, had a legal right to have documents that the FBI was well aware of and where it was secured at within several layers of building behind several locked doors on a private security a facility, Mar-a-Lago, which had its own private security, and it was locked within another room that was also locked. And they knew this. So if you're comparing Joe Biden's idea of security versus President Trump's idea of security, well, guess what? Trump wins. It's harder to get it from President Trump. But Biden's supposed to be, it's okay, he was vice president. Well, if it's okay for the vice president after he stopped being vice president, then it's okay for President Trump. Isn't that the way the law works? Oh no, there's a different rule for President Trump because he's Orange Man bad. Are you crazy? This is why people don't want to vote. This is why people are so upset about this election, because there's different rules on everything. Joe Biden, it's okay that he got a check from international countries for influence peddling by his son, but Trump is he's a horrible businessman and he's scalping people. He's evil rich. Joe Biden's rich too. Joe Biden's a multimillionaire. Oh, but he's okay. He's not a bad guy. Trump is a bad guy because he's a billionaire. That's just worse. Really? How many people does Joe Biden employ? Because I can tell you, Donald Trump employs tens of thousands of people. So isn't that better? Oh, no. But you just don't understand. Of course. We never understand. But I love that the excuse that Joe Biden is getting ready. This is what he's going to be telling everyone next week. Don't worry. I had it locked up next to my Corvette. International secrets, locked up in a garage next to my Corvette. Don't you feel safe? No, I do not feel safe. And that is a crime. By the way, he also leaves out the fact, and Axios in their article leave out the fact that Joe Biden had top secret documents from the 1970s. 1980s. The 1980s. For over 40 years, Joe Biden had top secret documents that he got as a senator that he had at his private residence. That is a crime. That is illegal. Joe Biden, as a senator, did not have, while he had the right to access some of those documents, he didn't have the right to take them to his home and to hold on to them for 40 years. That is a crime. There is no other way to look at that. There is no other way to redefine that. It is a fact. It is a crime for a senator to have classified documents in their private home locked in a closet. It's just a crime. But the news media is going to tell you, don't worry, it's entirely different. You don't understand. He was a vice president. He was a senator. It's okay. No, it's not. That's not what the law says. That's not the rules on classified documents. No, he's wrong. He is guilty. But yet they're going to give him a pass because he has to win the 2024 presidential election. That's what they want. That's what they are fortifying. And when I say fortify, for those who are new on the channel, the fortification of 2024 is like what we saw in 2020. Do you remember the Newsweek article? The shadow cabal of news media, social media, various political organizations, and individually rich people coming together to fortify the election. That's the word they used. This wasn't any kind of manipulation. No, they were fortifying the election that just so happened to match up with their political agenda and got the guy they wanted in. That's how they fortified it, to make sure their guy won. But that wasn't any kind of dubious anything. It was all above board. They didn't tell you they were doing that in 2019. They didn't tell you they were doing that in 2020. No, we didn't find out until 2022 when Newsweek told us, hey, by the way, here's this secret cabal of individuals, these industry giants that were all manipulating you behind the scenes. You didn't know about it, but they did it. But it's okay because their guy won. Really? And they're doing the same thing now, 2024, which is why it's so important to like, share, and subscribe, because they are making sure that you are on a path and it leads to only one place. That's why Joy Reid will tell you Orange Man Bad might start a war if he gets reelected, but Joe Biden is starting wars and she can't talk about it. Her entire program, she's talking about Orange Man Bad. Republicans are bad. Everything is bad that has to do with anyone but their guy. Joe Biden's doing a great job. By the way, he started a war, another one, not just one war. He started another war. How many wars, Joy Reid? How many wars has Joe Biden started that you won't tell your audience about? You're so busy earning your paycheck saying everyone else is bad, and then we get a glimpse of, yeah, you know the truth, Joy Reid, because you're not absolutely horrible at your job. You actually do pay attention to the news and the international news, and you know he's failing. By the way, this instills zero confidence in our allies around the world. The rest of the world is looking at this going, they can't even be honest enough to tell people that they're in an escalated war, that there is a conflict going on. They can't even be honest about that. They are so busy, the Biden-Harris administration, in trying to cover that up so they can get to win the election. They are willing to do anything. They will lie to anyone, and they have the news media helping them. Gee, What does that mean when we have to negotiate with these nations? What does it mean when we're having a conversation? They will say anything as long as they get to have a positive spin and that'll make sure they get votes. That's it. Every ally, every enemy knows you can do anything. As long as you negotiate so that America, Joe Biden, looks good, you're going to get any deal you want because that's all he cares about. He just wants to win the next election. So as long as you make him look good, as long as you say he's a good, strong leader, you will get any deal you want. How does that help America? And ultimately, if it's not helping America, how does it help any nation in the world? These are the questions we should be asking, and this is why people do not trust the mainstream major media. Let me see. Let me look back on the comments here. Dow says, I know why we use leftist sources in public debate and conversation. Well, I do it because the left will always point to me and go, you're just a right-wing parrot. You're just quoting Fox News. I don't watch Fox News. In fact, and I've told people this many times, I don't watch any cable news. I don't watch TV. I watch anime, I play video games, and I read the news. That's it. That's my media exposure. Occasionally, I'll watch something like House of the Dragon. Occasionally. But I watch I watch anime, and I watch, I do watch things like Nerdrotic. I do watch stuff like that. A couple of people here and there in terms of politics on YouTube or on Rumble. And I watch the news, and I play video games. That's it. But, they always want to say, but you're just a parrot. No, it's just that obvious, the propaganda they're putting up. And anyone who actually delves into it and has a memory that lasts longer than 3 months will remember these are the facts. They're so busy with feelings. Oh, you have to hate this. You have to hate anyone who's talking from a conservative or Republican point of view, especially if they're black. You have to be an Uncle Tom. You can't be quoting the facts. You can't be saying this is the logical progression that we go from here based on all of the history we have. No. It's got to be feelings. Anyway, let me go on. Dow goes on to say, I really hate the fact that in order to credibly have these conversations and debates, we have to use them in order not to be dismissed out of hand. Exactly. And that's really sad because they don't cover all the news, which is why I use so many international sources. I have to fill in the gap because there's all that information. As an example, the North Korean cruise missiles. That's not something you're seeing on CNN or MSNBC. They're not talking about how many missiles and rockets and ICBMs and hypersonic missiles that North Korea has been firing off in the last 3 years alone. They're not telling you that North Korea ended their reunification with South Korea and that they decided they want to go to war because Joe Biden's weak. They don't want to talk about that because you might not vote Democrat. So I have to go to the BBC, I have to go to the Jerusalem Post, I have to go to the Hindustan Times, the Japan Times, I have to go to foreignpolicy.com. I have to go international to find out stuff that's affecting America. It's really sad. Grace is with us. Hello, Grace. And Grace says, and now Mike Pence has found classified documents at his place. Well, yeah. Now, it was Mike Pence. Actually, Obama, Trump were both presidents. They both have classified documents. But it's okay for Obama, but not okay for Trump. But they're both presidents with classified documents. Both VPs, Joe Biden and Mike Pence, have classified documents from when they were VP. But only Joe Biden has classified documents from 40 years ago when he was a senator. Joe Biden is, if everyone else is innocent of all of their, because they were vice president or president, if they're all clear on that, which of course Orange Man Bad can't be clear, but if they're all clear, because they're all the same level, Joe Biden's still guilty of having classified documents for 40 years when he was never authorized to have that because senators aren't authorized. News media wants you to forget that. They don't want you to remember, and their answer is, don't worry, it was secure. It was sitting right next to a Corvette. And, when the news media took pictures of his garage, you could see the secret documents sitting in a pile next to his, so secure. Anyway, let me go on. Darth Hideous goes, anime and video games, and you're a first edition Jex N. 56, I don't know what generation I am. I can't even keep up with that. First edition. Typos happen. No worries. But so that's what's coming up in the next week. You're going to be gaslit. So you're going to be gaslit on that. They're going to distract you from everything they found out about Hunter Biden, and they're going to say it wasn't really a big deal. Yeah, he only kind of had 100 or so interviews and conversations with business partners for his son. Not a big deal. Oh, and no, he wasn't directly involved in the international politics, the international contracts, even though he got checks from it. It wasn't a big deal. Anyone could have done that. Could have been anyone's money. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't ask the question of why he had to route the money through, 5, maybe 10 different companies so that you couldn't track it back to him unless you were specifically looking for it. Yeah. And by the way, I don't think he paid taxes on that money either. That being said, let me go further. And since we're talking about the economy, we're talking about taxes right now, and the new thing that you're hearing is that, the economy is doing fantastic. I know, you've been hearing this for years. Everyone around the world has been hearing, America is doing fantastic. The economy is great. You've never had an economy doing so well before. It is a lie. Point blank, absolute lie. The economy is not doing well. And I'll show it to you real quick. I know it's numbers and everyone goes, oh my God. Now, let me remove the chat for a second here. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Just came out. The unemployment rate in January was 3.7%. By the way, why is it 3.7%? Because there are fewer people in the labor force. There are fewer people working in America. That number dropped. So it's not that we still had over 30,000 layoffs in January alone, and that's part of the reason why we have less people working in America. So even though people were not employed, they weren't counting. So the numbers held steady. They are playing with the numbers. But here's a number that you really should pay attention to. This is from, if you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and you click on the unemployment rate in the most recent January report, and all you have to do is go to A-8. That's the section here. That tells you about small business. The self-employed, that's small businesses in America. And you'll see that we lost small businesses. Small businesses went down. Why is that? And that's been a trend for multiple months, that we are losing. Small businesses are closing under Bidenomics. Why is that a big deal? Real simple. Again, I'm not trying to be heavy with the math here, but I'm just showing you the evidence from the government itself telling you the economy is not good. Because if small businesses are closing and everyone, even the left, agree, 70% of all the jobs in America, like any other country, are created by small business. So if there are fewer small businesses, if they are closing down, fewer people are working. That is a bad trend. That has been a trend for more than 6 months, that we are losing small businesses. There are fewer of them, and therefore more people are unemployed. We don't count them because they're not part of, if you actually look in, again, in the report, number of people not counted as part of the labor force, they don't count towards unemployment. That number has increased. Remarkably, it's increased by the exact same amount that the workforce has gone down, makes the unemployment rate not change. I know, I'm giving you math and everyone's going, oh my God, he's going through numbers and math, and I'm trying to make it as simple as I can, folks. It's real simple. Less businesses equal less jobs. It's just that simple. The left doesn't want you to think it through. Less businesses equals less jobs, less job opportunities. You can't get hired. You can't get a pay raise. You can't get a promotion if the business shut down. And they are. They are shutting down. It is that simple. They will tell you, Biden's doing fantastic. Unemployment's staying steady at 3.7%. Then why are all the small businesses closing? It's that simple. We had over 30,000 layoffs just last month in January. Over 30,000. And you mean to tell me, no, that's just normal. No, they came from the tech sector. That wasn't retail jobs. These aren't people who were hired at Macy's to be able to handle the fourth quarter Christmas rush. We're talking about tech jobs at Google, at Intel, at all the tech giant companies. These were, and all, of course, also all of the news media. Lots of news media companies shut down. Why? Going woke equals going broke. That's just a fact. That's why Disney is downsizing. We're seeing it across. Going woke equals going broke, and the United States has been going woke under Biden with the Bidenomics, and we are going broke, city by city, state by state, and as a nation overall. And when that happens to the United States, guess what? The United Kingdom, England, they're in a recession. Europe is in a recession. Most of the world in a recession and getting deeper into a recession. You can't tell me America's not in a recession when the rest of the world is in a recession. And we're the leading economy for those countries. Think about that. If we are their pipeline to success financially, and they are in a depression, they're in a recession, how are we not in a recession? We are the ones who buy their goods. It doesn't make sense. But if you're only looking at headlines, when Biden says, oh, Bidenomics, you're doing great, you just don't understand. And if every single talking head in the news media on the left says the same thing, you're doing great, everything's fine, you just don't understand, you're supposed to go, oh, okay. No. It's simple math. You don't have to be an economist to figure this out. The numbers, you don't have to do the work. The government gave you the numbers already. They just are counting on the fact that you're not going to actually do the homework. And they're going to count that you're not going to hear from me when I go over the numbers for you. Because YouTube is going to suppress that. They're going to hold that back. They want to hide it from you. So that's another big thing. So we're starting here as Joe Biden is going through, and he's trying to take victory laps right now because Joe Biden won in South Carolina. Isn't that fantastic? Aren't you impressed and aren't you happy that Joe Biden won in South Carolina? Now, I'm going to get to that in just a second. Nope, that's more about Yemen. Hang on, I got to find where I put the news at. There it is. So Joe Biden, yay, he won in South Carolina, and he got 55 delegates. Isn't that impressive? And what you'll see from the news media, by the way, they'll tell you, Joe Biden won South Carolina. He got 55 delegates. This is the first primary for Democrats. That's a lie. The first primary for the Democrats, that was New Hampshire. And the Democrats, the Democratic Party, told you you don't count. They said everyone in New Hampshire is useless. He got none of those votes. The write-in, and they talked it up. Oh, see, Joe Biden got all the write-ins. It was enormous. By the way, he got less than half the total votes that Nikki Haley got in New Hampshire. Half the votes of Nikki Haley in a write-in. And it still didn't count. These are from Democrats that made their donations, that knocked on doors. They are diehard, absolute Republicans coming out and voting every year. They came out, they voted, and they were told by their party, null and void, means nothing. Because they wanted the headline, South Carolina, black people voted for Joe Biden. That's what they wanted. That's why South Carolina is the important thing. black people voted for Joe Biden. So you, as a black person, should vote for Joe Biden because remember, you ain't black if you don't vote Biden. Didn't he tell you that? He made it very clear, told Charlemagne, told the entire nation. He is the arbiter of who is black and who is not based on your political preference. And that's why they went to South Carolina, because they're losing black men. And so they had to make sure that they didn't keep losing black men and they need black women. See, everyone else that's black is voting for Joe Biden. You got to vote for Joe Biden too. It's really sick. It's twisted. But that's their big news. And they're celebrating this. Yay! Joe Biden won South Carolina. What about New Hampshire? You threw away all the people in New Hampshire. You didn't care. You took their money, took the donations from everyone in New Hampshire. You were happy to have that. You told them, you ordered them to write his name in, even though it didn't count. And the only reason why it didn't count, it wasn't because of some court battle. It wasn't because some judge misrepresented the 14th Amendment. The party itself just said, we don't care. And said, no, you don't count. But South Carolina, that's black people. We need the black vote. They're first. See, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. New Hampshire, that's a bunch of white people. They don't count. South Carolina, they're first. They're first because they're black. DEI. See, and we won there. Isn't that great? By the way, the only person we were going up against was Marianne Williamson. Really? Because you kicked RFK Jr., you kicked him out of the Democratic Party. You forced him into being an independent. That's why Joe Biden won that he got 96%. Yeah, because RFK wasn't in there. You didn't count him. You forced him out of your party. Because again, 58 to 63% of Democrats don't want Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They don't want either of them. They think they're miserable. If they're stuck with that's the only choice and they're going to vote straight down the line D, well, that's the only thing they get to vote for. But let's be serious. This isn't about choice. This is about you've been told what to do. I mean, you could always vote for Marianne Williamson if you think that hugging a bunch of crystals and singing Kumbaya is going to stop Iran or perhaps improve inflation in America. I don't think it will. I truly don't. And if it sounds like I am laughing at the political agenda of Marianne Williamson, you are correct, because it is laughable. I commend her. She's actually in the race. I give her props. She's out there talking about it. But she also recently said, a month and a half ago, she's in the race to raise up money because she has no money left. Her money. She was using her money. She needs to fundraise to get her money back. That's why she's still in the race. Dean Phillips didn't count, never did. So useless. But, I wanted to make sure that was clear for you guys. And I know, because the left is going to say, but Mike, you just don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. That is such a lie. Because let me remind my friends on the left, my friends in Antifa, those wonderful, joyous people who always get the news right. See, when you don't rely on the talking heads from MSNBC or CNN, and you just look at the numbers, when you include RFK Jr., which 16.8% of Democrats, of Americans, actually want to win. They don't want Joe Biden. Joe Biden loses to President Trump 39 to 34. And by the way, the most recent NBC poll has Trump winning 47 to 42, not counting RFK Jr. That's a big part of it. NBC doesn't want to mention RFK Jr. because just like before, just like with New Hampshire, they are nullifying the choices of their rank and file Democrats. RFK Jr. is a Democrat. He's a pretty progressive Democrat. And the second that the Democratic National Committee, Joe Biden, said, nope, you can't talk about him anymore, the entire news media, you don't hear about RFK Jr. I've been to a couple of his events. I have covered and live streamed his events in New York City. He's out fundraising. He's talking to the public. He's active. But according to the same events that you can go into my live streams, and you will see that I covered the event live, that I was covering the events for RFK Jr., and what you will see is that there is no one. NBC didn't show up. CBS, MSNBC, New York Times, they didn't show up. They were invited. You can't tell me they don't have offices in New York City. They all do. And you can't tell me they didn't have enough reporters. They have 10,000 people. So they had the people. They had the resources. They knew about the event. They were given the same press announcement that I was to be able to go to the event. They just didn't want Democrats to know that there was another choice. Again, they cut that out. And that is authoritarian. They are nullifying voices and choices. As Americans, we have the right to vote for anyone that we want to. You want to vote Libertarian? Fantastic, vote Libertarian. You want to write in Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, I don't know, name a character. I don't care who it is, living or dead. You want to vote for Einstein? Fantastic. That's your right. It is a political statement to write in a name of someone. You want to put in Gandhi, Martin Luther King, put in whoever you want. That's a political statement telling them everyone that I have a choice of, not good enough. We need someone different. We need a different voice. If you want to vote Libertarian, that's a party that has a candidate. Okay, and you can go for Jill Stein. You can go for, well, no, Cornel West is communist, so I don't advocate that at all. But you have that right. And only from the left do you hear, no, that doesn't count. Only the left, only the progressives are saying, you don't have that right. It's in the Constitution. There are laws guaranteeing it. And only the left says, no, but we're taking that right away from you. And they want you to vote for them. As they take away your freedom and they tell you, you are null and void. Oh, Trump? Yeah, we're going to take Orange Man Bad off, and you can't write him in. Even though that's your constitutional right. Even though he has not been charged. Even though he has not been convicted of the crime. They accused him. The left said he's guilty because we don't like him. Therefore, he is guilty. Therefore, we're going to take him off. That's not how the legal system works. That's not America. Whatever happened to innocent until proven guilty? I know Nancy Pelosi says, but for Orange Man Bad, for MAGA, for Republicans, it's the other way around. You are guilty until proven innocent. I'm sorry, Nancy. There aren't different rules for different parties. It's all the same in America. Trump is innocent until proven guilty, and since he is not guilty of a charge wasn't placed against him, he is innocent. He is not an insurrectionist, and therefore the 14th Amendment doesn't bar him from being on Colorado or Maine, and he must be on the ballot, and people have the right to write him in if they want to, and you have to count that. The only people who say you can't or you shouldn't are authoritarians, and that just happens to be the progressives. If there is any Democrat that disagrees with me on this, please, let's go through the law. I'm more than happy. I've talked to many constitutionalists about this. I've talked to lawyers about this. I'm more than happy to go through this with you line by line in the Constitution. I'm more than happy to go to the 14th Amendment to read paragraph 3 and make sure you understand Trump is innocent. But they don't want to do that. They would rather tell you, see, Joe Biden won South Carolina, so he must be doing great, and Democrats must love him. No, they don't. No, they don't. And they play with the numbers. Oh, RFK, he's a candidate. He's a legit candidate. He's a legit Democrat. We're not going to count him. Why? We just don't like him. We don't feel like it. That's insane. And if Republicans did that, they would demonize us and say, oh my God, look, they're being like 1930s Germany. This is so authoritarian. It's evil. It's this new world order. They're coming in. They're going to take over. They're going to be dictators because they're nullifying votes. That's what they would say about the right, because that's what they say about the right now. Meanwhile, only Democrats are silencing voters. Only Democrats are saying you don't have a choice. Only Democrats are doing what the Soviet Union did when I was there in the 1990s, and doing the same thing they did. Hey, here's a dead guy and here's our candidate. You can vote for anyone you want as long as it's either the dead guy or the candidate. Oh, and the candidate's alive. But, you have freedom to choose. Same thing here. Oh, you could vote for Marianne Williamson or you could vote for Joe Biden. By the way, Marianne Williamson isn't a candidate. RFK, not a candidate. So you're voting for Joe Biden. Okay, yeah. That's election freedom. Do you wonder why people are apathetic about the vote? Are you wondering why so few young people are voting right now? It's not because we don't have the ability to vote. There is nobody in America, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, there is no American citizen who wants to vote that can't vote in America. There's just no evidence of it anywhere. If you're an American and you want to vote, you can vote. Period. Except obviously felons, because they lost that right, because they committed a crime, because they're criminals. Yes, I know they paid their duty, they went to jail and came out, whatever. That's a different argument. But American citizens, other than felons, you want to vote, you can vote. And you know what? Democrats hate having to admit that. Oh no, it's the reason why people aren't voting and they're not voting Democrat. It's because of racism and sexism. It has to be. It can't be that people are apathetic because we keep not counting them. We keep telling them that they don't matter. We keep nullifying their votes like we did in New Hampshire. We keep playing these race games, this racist DEI game with them and their votes. No, that can't be it. They're trying to control who is on the ballot and who's not on the ballot and who can actually be a legitimate candidate. That's only the left. The right isn't playing those stupid games. Trump is winning because Trump is winning. Yes, the establishment would like to see Nikki Haley win. They would have liked anyone but Trump. But guess what? Trump is what the people are picking, and the RNC, the RNC, the GOP, they're going, okay, that's who we got. They don't like it. The establishment is upset, but that's their candidate because that's what the people picked. You haven't seen the GOP going around and saying, well, we just got to remove Trump's name from the ballot because we have a feeling. Doesn't work. If there's anyone on the left that disagrees with me, please tell me why. If there's anyone who progressive, Antifa, those Hamas-loving Harvard students, you want to go through this? Let's go through it. Come on. If there's any politician in America that thinks what I have said is wrong and inaccurate or a misrepresentation, I will go live with you any day, anywhere in America. If you want me to travel, fantastic. Pay for my plane ticket, pay for my overnight stay. I will go on any news program. I will go to any stage, anywhere in America, debate any politician about this, no problem, because I know I'm right. And I can support that with evidence. I ask this week after week after week. For years I've been doing it. No one wants to ever take me up. It's not like I don't speak at colleges. I do. I've shown you. You can go into my live stream, my feed. Many times I've been live. I go to colleges. I will speak at colleges. And I will show you I'm right. That being said, let me go over to some of the comments. So yeah, I'm not impressed about Joe Biden winning South Carolina. It is a setup. It is actually, Democrats should be upset right now. They should really be pissed at their own party about this. Darth Hideous says that sometimes he votes for Jesus Christ when it comes to the election. Hey, I respect that. You know, I know there's a lot of Republicans, conservatives, libertarians that'll say, but you have to vote on the ticket. You have to vote whoever's on the ticket. Otherwise, that doesn't count. No, it does count. I've worked with too many campaigns. I have followed too many campaigns over the last 18 years, left, right, and center. I've covered every kind of candidate you can name in every level of election, from the local to the federal, including presidential races. And I can tell you, they pay attention when people are writing in anything but the choices on there. They count that number. They're counting how much anger, how much disinterest is in there. They're paying attention. There's a critical number. And once you get past that, they start freaking out because they know they're losing their power. They do pay attention. So I believe in writing in names. I understand why Republicans and conservatives in many states will tell me, no, but I don't agree. I know why you're saying it. You know what? That doesn't mean that people shouldn't do it. And we have the right. Let's see. User's band says, but then government wouldn't do anything. That's the point, to stop spending. Yes, the government has to stop spending. It's ridiculous. Okay, so it looks like there's a conversation going on between a couple of people there, so that's fine. I'm just trying to catch up. Give me a second here. It's the big show that allows Democrats to create authoritarian control bills around voting and elections, law naming them innocuous things like voting equality bill. Yeah, they love to. I love it. They always use these names. Oh, it's the Inflation Reduction Act. Does it reduce inflation? No, it doesn't. Does it help the infrastructure? No, it doesn't. What does it do? We're giving free stuff to people. By the way, that increases the inflation. That's devaluing the dollar, increasing inflation, increasing government spending. Oh, that's wonderful. But I think you called it the Inflation Reduction Act. We did. Who would be angry with that? How can you vote against that? And when Republicans vote against it because what it does is bad, then we can go on to the news and say, see, they didn't vote for the Inflation Reduction Act. By the way, don't read the bill. Don't actually read the bill. Read what it does. Don't do that. Trust us. We're giving you the title, and the name is good enough. And as long as you just read the name and don't read what it does at all, then you will believe us, and we're the good guys. Just don't fact check anything. Don't actually look at anything. And the news media, don't worry, they're going to make sure that they won't tell you either. Never read the bill. Never look it up. No one's going to link to the bill. Do you notice that? News media loves to not link to any of the bills. They like to tell you about it, and they will refer back and they will link to one of their articles telling you how great the bill is because it supports their guy, but they won't actually let you read what it actually says and what it actually does. They don't read to you the amendments that someone slapped on top of it to make sure that it's going to push their political agenda. They don't let you read those. They don't show you the votes. They don't do that. I do. Matter of fact, let me show you what I'm talking about, because people just don't understand. They don't see this, and they make sure you don't see this. I want to show you, where is it? I have it here. Where did I put it? Bingo. So let me start with this. This is the kind of games that I'm talking about, the gamesmanship that you see happening left all the time by the left. And they expect you to not notice this. So this is Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Progressive Caucus in Congress. He is a progressive in New York State, and he is the minority leader for the Democrats. So he would be Speaker of the House if Democrats were in control of the House. So instead, he's one step down. Okay? So he's pretty powerful. And he's a progressive through and through. He's a member of the Progressive Party. Yes, he supports destroying the American Constitution to put in place the UN human rights. You know, the government gets to create what rights you have so that the government can also take away those rights you have. Not God giving you those rights, not those rights being yours the second you are born. No, the only rights you get are the ones the UN wrote up. And only those rights. You don't get more, you only get the ones they give you. That's what the progressives believe in. That's what Hakeem Jeffries believes in. And Hakeem Jeffries is pissed off because, oh, there's that Israel deal. Oh my God. We can't pass that. We can't give Israel $17 billion. Really? By the way, how much do we give to Ukraine? $200 billion. Oh, but $17 billion, that's going to break the bank. What's America's debt? Oh, it's $35 trillion. Oh yeah, $17 billion is going to break the bank. Are you serious? And this is what he wants to push out there. This is what he's trying to convince you of, that this is too much. And the problem is that Israel, as he goes through this, I think I had it, I think it's in that section right there. Oh, wait a minute. Can't see my face. Hello. I believe it's in this section that you can see right in here right now. Again, this is from Oxio. This is from the left telling you how great progressives who are on the far left are doing in Congress. That Hakeem Jeffries doesn't want to support Israel because Israel are bad guys. Again, Hamas have American hostages. Hamas, in an act of absolute terror, killed 34 Americans, captured 22 Americans that they sexually tortured, that they still have as human shields right this second. But it's Israel that are the bad guys. Just get that right. And so he wants to say, and Hakeem Jeffries, as reported by Axios, he only wants to give Israel money if we give money to Hamas. Does that make sense? Let me put this into words, a way to make it very clear about how crazy this is. Because what he's doing is he's saying that if this were World War II, we couldn't save the Jews. We couldn't save England unless we gave humanitarian aid to the Germans. Does that make sense to you? Think about that. If we were fighting the British, if this were the American Revolution, we couldn't give anyone who wanted to help support us in America becoming independent, they'd have to give England humanitarian aid because they were trying to support us. Think about that. Does that make sense to anyone? That is evil. We're saying, okay, we're going to support terrorism. Hakeem Jeffries, the Progressive Caucus, are saying we must support terrorism. Terrorists from Iran who want to kill Americans and have killed Americans and are torturing Americans as we speak, and we have to give them more money to do it even more. And we have shown you on this program, and internationally, it has been verified by the BBC, by the Guardian, by the Japan Times, the Hindustan Times, over and over again, WION. International news have confirmed that every time humanitarian aid goes into Gaza, Hamas takes at least some, if not all, of that money and that humanitarian aid, and they use it to fight against Israel. They use it to promote genocide. So Hakeem Jeffries, by trying to pull your heartstring and say, we have to help the humanitarian aid during this conflict started by Hamas, we have to help them out. Wait a minute, this is an act of war. They're the bad guys. They committed the act of terror. They killed Americans. They have Americans as hostages right now. Why are we giving them humanitarian aid while we're fighting? It's one thing to say, hey, we got to give humanitarian aid to Japan after the end of World War II, we need them to rebuild. Because it was a war, it was horrendous, it was terrible. We have to help them rebuild. We have to help South Korea rebuild because there was a war, we were in there. We need to help them rebuild themselves. We rebuilt Afghanistan. We rebuilt Iraq. I get that. That makes sense. Why are we rebuilding the bad guys while they're still fighting? Does that make sense to anyone? Is that not a logical question to ask that the mainstream news media will never ask? They will never put that in front of me. Hakeem Jeffries will never answer the question, why are we helping the people who killed Americans as they are still fighting? That they have promised, Hamas has promised in writing and in speeches and in press releases, internationally confirmed and verified, they have said they will never stop fighting until they genocide a group of people based on religious belief, because Hamas doesn't like the way they pray to God, which is something that America was created against. That's the First Amendment, freedom of religion. We support that. And now Hakeem Jeffries wants us to support the people who don't believe in freedom of religion and are willing to genocide. This is the same thing that Catherine Gay said at Harvard. This is the University of Pennsylvania. This is MIT. This is Cornell University. This is Cooper Union, where we are seeing the left come out and say, genocide is a great answer. Do what we say or we will genocide you. That is a problem. America should not be funding genocide. And as long as Hamas is there and Hamas is saying that they want to commit genocide and that they're willing to kill Americans as well, why are we giving them money? You can have whatever bleeding heart you want and be as liberal as you want and be like, I want to hug everyone and be Marianne Williamson, carry a bunch of crystals and sing Kumbaya, but we shouldn't give them money so that they can turn around and kill us or our allies. Why am I the bad guy for saying that? How am I the bad guy for saying something that simple? I don't know. Let me see. Grace says, that's like a headline that says Trump is racist, and then the story is about how he gave black people loans to start their company because they couldn't get a regular loan. Yeah, I get it. And I agree with you, Grace. I agree with you. But this is what's happening, and the rest of the world is watching this. Our allies are watching this. And I mean, when you think about Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, United Kingdom, Poland, when you're Finland, who are terrified of Russia and China, the Middle East, they're looking at this and they're going, hang on, let me see if I get this right. So the progressive left that have control of Congress, that are part of the Democratic Party, that are guiding the decisions made by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they're trying to fund global terror, something that is explicitly illegal in America, can't be done. The United States government cannot fund, directly or indirectly, fund global terror. We have laws about this, and they're breaking them so that they can fund global terror. We're giving money to a recognized terrorist organization that is backed by a nation, Iran, that has sworn for 45 years to destroy every American, regardless of your political background, regardless of the color of your skin, regardless of your gender or gender preference. They want to kill everyone in America because we don't obey the Ayatollah. And we're going to give them money. We're giving money to Iran. We gave them over $6 billion. We're going to give them more. And we're giving money to the terrorists that Iran controls. And every time we do this, and every time we have done this, historically and currently, every time we have done this, Hamas, the terrorists, take the money, use it to build more rockets, to build more soldiers, to attack and try to genocide Israel and the United States. Does that make any sense? Have I misquoted the information that I am presenting to you? Because I am showing you the evidence from the left. This is what Axios, this is what the article is saying. He will not give money to Israel, our only ally in the Middle East, unless we give money and aid to the guys who are trying to kill our ally. Does that make sense to anyone? Well, let me try and make it make more sense for everyone, because it does make sense. But yes, Khan, I know. Not yet. Khan, not yet. Let me make it make more sense for you guys. Because, again, the news media doesn't want to show you the bills. They don't want to give you the link and access to the bill numbers. I do. And here it is. Now, you'll say to me, Mike, but what is this? This is bill number HR. Let me show it on the screen. This is HR 6679. And you'll say, Mike, what is HR 6679? It's a very short bill. It's a very easy bill. Now let me show you. It's real short. And all it says is that we're not going to support terrorism. It's real simple. Don't support terror. Everyone in Congress, every Democrat, every Republican agreed. This is a bill that you will almost never see. Everyone agrees we will not support terrorism. We will not fund terrorism, except 3 people. Now you say, Mike, but you're just making that up. You're just making that up. Republicans, Democrats, they don't agree on anything. And you know, forget the progressives, just Democrats, mainline, the establishment, they don't like each other. They don't agree on anything at all. Again, I will show you the evidence. And here is the evidence. This is the vote record from the clerk of the House. Here is the vote. Every single Republican, every single Democrat voted for this bill, except for it was Rashida Tlaib and what was it? Ilhan Omar. That's it. Only 2 progressives, 2 very outspoken progressives that hate America, that want to destroy the Constitution, that want to replace it. 2 individuals who are more than happy to support genocide. They support Hamas. They have said so publicly. They have said that to people. We've heard Rashida Tlaib with her From the River to the Sea, a absolutely anti-Semitic statement. They're the only ones who don't agree. By the way, they happen to be part of the same progressive movement as Hakeem Jeffries. There you go, folks. This is crazy stuff. Yes, I hear... Con, come here. So my puppy's, again, not feeling well. Come here. Come on. Come up. Come up. Come. Are you going to come up? Come on. Come here. Up. Thank you. Let's go. All right. Hi. I know. I heard you. His stomach's upset again. So let me go through. Now, I wanted to talk about Trump a little bit. I'm going to try and go a little bit faster here. We've already been on for 4 hours, so not bad. We've done longer. I have a whole lot of stuff a whole lot of links in the description that I want people to look at. But I will briefly talk about the migrants. And everyone's been talking about it this week. The illegal aliens that went to Times Square, they literally had just been committing shoplifting. They had just gone in. They were shoplifting from a couple of the clothing stores, retail stores at 42nd Street. The police were called in. They looked at the videotape. They walked outside. They saw individuals that they thought committed the shoplifting, And then a gang of 11 to 13 of these illegal aliens started beating up on the cops. We all know this. We've seen the video. Now we have greater details. These are criminals, not just because they entered. Oh, wait a minute. You can't see my face. Here we are. Hi. These are criminals. They're not just criminals because they broke United States immigration law. These are criminals that have been robbing and stealing and committing violent crimes. We know that at least 6 of the individuals have been convicted of crimes in the past. We know at least one of the individuals that attacked the police was arrested 10 times in one day. 10 times in one day. I have the articles from the left-leaning news media confirming this for you. You can see it in the description. 10 times in one day. Oh, by the way, no bail. No bail. After 10 assaults and robberies and shoplifting, release. Not once did they go, hey, you've been here 9 times in the same day in front of the judge. This is the 10th time you're showing up in front of the judge for the same kind of charges. Maybe you haven't learned your lesson. Maybe we shouldn't let you back out so you can commit the 11th crime and show up again. By the way, 11th crime, what's that? Attacking police officers. Endangering the public. Being a gang, a mob. They are threats to humanity. Not because they're illegal aliens, not because of the color of their skin, because of their actions. Because they are being criminals. It's just that simple. They're being criminals. And somehow, the very same progressives, Hakeem Jeffries, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Anna Presley, Jamal Bowman, Ilhan Omar, these very same Democratic Socialists of America, these progressives are saying, oh, no, but no bail for him. Why? Well, the color of his skin. Obviously. Obviously, this is a racist thing. You want to put him in jail. Just because he got arrested 10 times in the day for shoplifting and violent robberies, that's not a reason to put him in jail. You must be a racist. How dare you? Wait a minute. You must be a racist and some kind of ist and phobe because you don't want him to call up all of his buddies, all of the criminals that he served time with, to come into America and do the same thing. There is a gang. I saw the news during the break. There is a gang in New Jersey, a gang of illegal aliens in New Jersey who are charging other illegal aliens $6,000 per illegal alien to enter the United States. They are smuggling in other criminals into New Jersey at $6,000 a head so that they can commit more crime. But I'm the bad guy for bringing this up. This is being reported by the left-leaning news. And they're shocked. Oh my God, why are so many people upset about this? Don't you know it's going to be all right? And wait a minute, but we let them out on bail because, look at the color of their skin. That means they must be innocent. White people are evil. Don't mind the fact that these illegal immigrants were beating down cops doing their job because they committed a crime. Oh, don't worry about that. Oh, wait a minute. You mean they got out on bail and then they immediately fabricated their names, false identities, ID theft, and convinced a charity to give them a bus ticket to go to California so that they don't have to show up. They're going to disappear in California because they're illegal. Once we lose track of them, they're gone. They're using fake names. They know how to use fake names. They know how to get fake information. They're using fake IDs and fake social security numbers to disappear. And they just jumped on a bus and went to California. Why? Because it's a sanctuary city. Because they know that even if the police stop them, they're going to say, oh, well, you're an illegal alien. You've got dark skin. We can't talk to you. We can't stop you. We're never going to report you to the federal government. We won't check the database. If you're a criminal in America, it's okay. You have sanctuary. Doesn't matter the crime you committed in New York. Doesn't matter about the crimes you're committing in New Jersey or Chicago. You're in California. Sanctuary. You're okay. All your crimes don't exist because you've got brown skin or browner skin than most Americans. So therefore, it's all right. This is evil. This is how you destroy a country. Is there anyone who disagrees with me on that? Is there any progressive? Is there any Democrat that wants to tell me, oh, Mike, you just don't understand? Please tell me how I don't understand. Is there any Democrat that's going to say, oh, but Mike, you don't understand. They're illegal aliens. They're migrants, undocumented because they have no authorization to be in the United States. And so, therefore, we just have to, it's okay. I trust them. They're going to show up for their court case. No, they're not. Even without committing crimes, only a third of all the illegal aliens, these refugees that get these court cases, actually show up in court. 1/3. And you're telling me that the criminals who actively have been in jail and are now nationally known, you mean to tell me you think they're actually going to show up for a crime that's on videotape that shows that they are actively attacking police? No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And anyone on the left who says, well, you should have compassion, you're an idiot. You are absolutely an idiot, and you're letting your emotions cloud your logic. You are the problem. You're destroying America. You're destroying New York, Chicago, Boston, LA, Denver. You are destroying this nation. You're destroying Boulder. It's just that simple, folks. It really is. It is just that simple. One last thing I want to cover. Now, again, there is more information that I have that we can definitely cover. I just don't have the time. We've been on for 4 hours. That's a lot of time. Actually, more than 4 hours. But let me just go over this, because I know I rail against Democrats. I rail against socialists and progressives. But I'm not looking at this from a partisan point of view. I really do believe in conservative Republican values. And I do go against the Republican Party when they're wrong. And I need to highlight that because it's about making America better. It's not about being part of the party. I want the best candidate. I believe in meritocracy. And I believe in calling out the corruption everywhere in our government, because the corruption is on the left and the right. And it's not enough to get rid of corrupt, horrible policies from the left and leave horrible, corrupt policies from the right in place. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. We know that Project Veritas just came out, verified that this is funding. This is what's happening to your tax dollars, your donations that you are making to the DNC and the RNC, to the Republican National Committee. And by the way, the Republicans, the GOP, have failed their voters. Looking at this, and it's on the screen, you can see it for yourself. We are wasting money. We are spending 30 times, let me see, it's like 30 times what Democrats are on flowers. We are spending $70,000 on flowers. This is ridiculous. Flowers. Who in the GOP needs flowers? I don't care who it is. I don't care how much you love them. I know it's Valentine's Day. We don't need to spend on flowers. This is the GOP. This is our campaign. You're supposed to be spending money on getting the best Republican elected. Don't buy flowers. I don't need flowers for that. This is a waste of money. Same thing about the limousine. We're spending, 30 times more than Democrats are on limousines? For who? This isn't entertainment. These aren't movie stars. These aren't rock stars, some kind of singer. No. Why are they taking our donations and spending it on a limo? You need to get to the meeting. Fantastic. Get a cab. Get a private cab. Get one of your campaign members to drive you. When I was going around the 8 counties of New York, central New York, for the old New York 22nd District in 2013 and 14 because I was running for Congress. Guess what? I had one of my campaign members, one of my supporters, drove me to Herkimer. I was in Binghamton, drove me to Herkimer. It's a 2.5 hour ride, and we drove back in a snowstorm. Took 4 hours. Okay? That's because he was committed to the campaign. He dedicated himself to drive me to all of the different, to Oneida and to, God, my mind is going blank right now. To all of the 8 counties, they would drive me around. And why are we getting limos for these people? Why do they need a limo? And if they really want a limo, take it out of your pocket. Seriously, take it out of your pocket, especially if you've been elected. You're in Congress, you get $200,000 a year, tax-free. Take your money and you go and get a limo if you want it. Why is the RNC, why are the GOP paying for that out of my donations that are supposed to get the best person elected? And speaking about that, 1%, the future of America, we are going to lose conservatives, the right, are going to lose elections going in probably in 2028, but definitely in 2030, 2032, going forward. Why? The GOP is spending 1% of what the Democrats are on getting out the vote text messages. Gen Z, millennials, they use their phones constantly. We have lots of memes about it. It's a big joke. Ha, ha, ha. The fact is, texting is a form of communication that is widespread, and it is important to use that. We know, Democrats have proven, sending them messages in their text saying, go out and vote, register and vote, register Democrat and vote. It works. They're spending over almost $1.7 million of the donations they have received to get out the vote. The GOP isn't even spending $100,000. Not even $100,000 to tell the youth, the young people of America that, hey, why not consider voting for Republicans? Why not consider being a conservative? Why not look into our values, maybe, and see that it actually lines up with your life more likely, especially black voters. Black families are very conservative, very religious. Hispanic families are very religious, very conservative. Why are we not sending out the messages? Not even $100,000? Yeah, that's why there are so many young people that vote Democrat, and we are losing. It's not because I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. I want to win in elections. I want my candidates to be the best that they can and to win. I really do, because I believe in these values. But stop handicapping me. Why are they kneecapping us and saying, oh, by the way, we're not going to give you any money for the future? We're going to let Democrats just take that because it's a tough fight. Well, yeah, it's a tough fight, but fight the fight. Fight the good fight. Make the point. Okay. I know, and everyone gets mad at me because, Mike, you're a Republican, and you're talking about how Republicans have screwed up. How could you do that? That's so terrible. You know what? I'm honest. I tell the truth. I cover the truth. I cover the facts as they exist, not how I want them, as they exist. And sometimes that means my party looks bad because you're doing stupid things, and I will call them out for that. By the way, you should really look at this poll. It's about the future of America by YouGov. I think it's absolutely telling what some of the data they have in this is actually representing to us. But that being said, and you'll see the link in the description so that you can see it for yourself. Take the poll for yourself. You will be amazed at some of the responses that are there. With that said, it's been over 4 hours, which I enjoy. We were on earlier today. Again, I remind you that you may want to check out Forest Mommy Universe, which is on Rumble. We were on for an hour talking there. I think that was a great conversation, had a great time. Earlier this week, I was on with Larry Sharp on his Monday night show, and we were talking about a lot of things, and I think it was a fantastic show, and I advise you, take a look at that. Links are in the description, both on YouTube and I believe on Rumble as well. And then, of course, there's always every Friday, we had the Friday night roundtable. This week, we were talking with candidate Derek Evans of the West Virginia 4th District. He's running for Congress. He was at January 6th. He actually went into the Capitol building. They're using that against him. They're not asking him about anything. We got to ask him about, hey, what do you think about climate change? What about coal? How about the energy of America and the future? Are there departments of the government that you would like to shut down? How would we cut the national deficit? We got answers to all of those things and way, way more. Because we're not just obsessed with, oh, yeah, January 6th. Okay. But the left, they're losing their minds. So that was on the Friday roundtable, talking to a congressional candidate, asking serious questions and getting serious answers back, because that's what you deserve. That's what this channel does, and that's what we will always do every week, over and over again. This is the 6th season, actually 7th year, 6th season. This is episode 5. We do about 50 episodes in the year. We are not done. And if you have made it through 4 hours with me, please let me ask you to do one thing. Like, share, subscribe. Break the algorithm. Come on. I know. I look at the shorts and we get thousands of people who look at the shorts and say, oh, we love this. When I talk to people at the colleges and I go and speak in live events, hundreds of people absolutely agree all the time. Democrats, when I'm one-on-one talking with them about these issues, I know they agree. They've done it in person. Let's break that suppression that YouTube, that Facebook, to an extent Twitter, are using against us to try and silence us. Like, share, subscribe. It's free. It costs you nothing, but it means the world to me. And if you can afford it, and I know we're in a recession, I know you got to go and buy rice. Don't forget to buy 10% more rice, as well as 10% more food. But if you can, it's $1.50. I'm more entertaining than the Marvels. I'm more entertaining than Madam Web. I'm a hell of a lot more interesting than Amber Turd and Aquaman 2. Save yourself some money. $1.50 a month, that's it. Not even a cup of coffee. And that would mean the world to me. That's my Patreon. But other than that, folks, I have to go. I want you to be well. I look forward to seeing you next Sunday as well.